afternoon and welcome to Fox 6 as we remember the life of an officer killed in the line of duty late last month. 32-year-old Kendall will be laid to rest this afternoon.
And we have a team of reporters across southeastern Wisconsin taking you from the procession to the funeral home to the church and then what happens after the ceremony. So there's a lots of emotion across southeastern Wisconsin, and we are going to bring that to you here.
I talked to a minister last night from the very church connected with Elmbrook Memorial who will be doing the service this afternoon. Pastor Hines is from that church, and the minister last night said there is a dark cloud hanging over this city, a cloud which can lift today as we grieve communally. We have a team of reporters and anchors out in the field. You see them top right. We'll go clockwise. There's Mary Stoker-Smith, Ashley Sears, Sam Kramer, and of course, Bria Jones. But let's begin with our colleague, Mary Stoker-Smith. You are across the street from where the service will take place today.
That's right, Ted. The visitation happened at about 11 o'clock today. That's when members of the community, this visitation was open to the public as well as the funeral service, and his colleagues really from all around the country came to pay their respects to our fallen officer, Kendall. It was a very reverent scene when we first got here. Some community members gathered outside the church with American flags to pay homage to this man whose life was cut during a very tragic night and cut too short. I'm going to step out of the way here. If you can see behind me, this reverent scene of the flags here that lined the driveway of the church and the flag, of course, that is draped. 1 week ago, we celebrated the 4th of July, and that's why those flags were placed there. The flags were left there, and they not only said, we're not only going to leave the flags there, we're going to add to them as a message and a way to remember our fallen hero. We want to send the message that his life meant so much to so many, not only his colleagues, members of the Milwaukee Police Department, but also to his family. This young man, I say young man, he was 32 years old, not only meant so much, of course, to his colleagues, but really to the community because he's being remembered as somebody who absolutely loved being a police officer. I talked to one of his former colleagues last night that said he was always, and I wrote it down, squared away. He came in to his shift every day. He was squared away, ready to go, not only physically, uniform pressed, never a crease, he said, but also emotionally. Before he got in his squad, he said he would stop by. I was ending my shift. He was beginning his. And he'd stop by just say, hi, is everything okay? Wanted to check in on me and my family. And it was that type of enthusiasm that he took into the job every day. He loved being a part of the community. He loved being an uncle. He loved kids. He loved going out in the community to serve and protect. It really was, from everybody that we talked to, his passion, and it was ultimately his calling. It was so moving. You feel almost, I'm sure, Ted and Kim, you feel like you got to know this guy so much. We heard so many great stories about his enthusiasm on the job, but just wanting to serve and protect and making sure that everybody was okay. And so that's why we are seeing such an outpouring of support here, not only, again, from members of the community, but also from MPD and officers from as far away as New York, Connecticut, Dallas, Fort Worth, Colorado. They are coming from all corners of our country to pay homage to this man who is the 6th Milwaukee police officer to die in the line of duty in the last 7 years. And so it's just been a very, very emotional day. If I had to describe the emotion out here, the scene, the feeling in one word, reverence. Reverence, as we remember this man who gave his life, died in the line of duty, trying to make the streets safer on the night of June 26th.
Mary, you talked to that captain. I talked to that same captain last night, and I've talked to a school resource officer from Cudahy High School, who I think we'll hear from during the service today. Both of them say the same thing. Very polite, very personal, believed in what he was doing. A fabulous kid, dedicated. One of the lines from Steve Kaminsky, who's that SRO, he had a purpose in life and he knew it. He wanted to be either a sheriff's deputy or a city of Milwaukee police officer. He was training to be on the tactical unit. That was his goal from his former captain last night.
And we also
so
have,
badly. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We also have some sound from the Milwaukee Presidents or Police Association president speaking of the loss of Officer Corder.
Even though you know that the potential danger is there, it's a calling. And I think Officer Kendall said it best. I love being a police officer. It calls to you.
That follows your thoughts, Ed, that he wanted to be a police officer.
And specifically get on the tactical squad, which he was training to do, so much so that when the TAC squad would go out and do drills, he would agree to be the suspect in those drills just so he could learn every angle of it. And I said to the captain, his retired captain last night, do you have any doubt he's going to make that tactical squad? And he said, I had no doubt in my mind that he was destined for that particular unit. That's how dedicated he was. That's how professional he was.
Mary, set the scene for us. We see behind you fire engines and that large American flag. Just give us a little bit more of a feel for what's happening out there.
As you can see, that's been the focal point of the day right now. In the church right now, of course, is the visitation. The funeral service will start, we are told, promptly at 2:30. But right now, we have seen some officers walking by here, but others just pouring in here to see the service and obviously to pay their respects. They are lining in, as you can see here, and it's just a very, as I said earlier, just a really reverent scene of all these officers coming in just to pay respects, but also to provide emotional support to their brethren, to say, hey, we are here for you. You know, you guys got to remember that these guys still have to go out and do their jobs tonight. After the service ends, after all of the formalities are done, they're putting on their uniforms, their bulletproof vests, their badges, and they're going back out into the communities to serve and protect. So I thought one of the most inspiring things that I read today when I saw the breakdown of the service was you're going to have a lot of remarks from the mayor, from the police chief, Milwaukee police chief, but you're also going to have a lot of music, and then you're going to hear from the Milwaukee police chaplain. He's going to send a message to the officers out there, because this isn't just about putting on that bulletproof vest, it's about putting on the bulletproof vest mentally, if you will, to know that they are facing dangers every day. And everybody that we've talked to, so many, Kim and Ted, I know you have, so many of the officers say, we know our jobs are dangerous. They are inherently dangerous. Every day we go out, we hope we come home. There's never a day that we leave the house that we don't know that danger that's in front of us. Imagine doing that every day. And that's part of the reason so many have come out today, because they say nobody knows what it's like to put on that uniform and carry a gun and serve and protect in this what can be a very volatile environment. Nobody knows that better than us, and we need to lend support to one another. The word of the day for them, solidarity. Solidarity.
Yeah, you talk about George Papacristo, who we're going to hear from, who always manages to find just the right tone, just the right words. Mary, thank you very much.
And as we leave, Mary, the reason why this is happening at Elmbrook Church, we got a statement from Elmbrook saying that while Officer Corder was not a member of Elmbrook Church, he was a beloved member of Christian Faith Fellowship Church. And in this season of loss, Elmbrook Church and Christian Faith Fellowship have come together to be the church, one body, united in Christ.
And they're coming together to, this is a celebration of his life too. That was made very clear to me last night talking to one of the pastors. This is a celebration of a man who did so much good, who was going to do so much more good. 2 processions today. One has already happened. Let's show you some of that, as the body of Officer Corder was taken from a funeral home at 60th and Layton, and there they are outside the Maxass Funeral Home there, as they brought the body to Elmbrook Church for today's service. You see it draped there in the American flag, the coffin, and you see members of different honor guards, the Milwaukee Police Department honor guard. They're very reverent. Mary chose the right word. This is a day about reverence, as we see the beginning of the first procession we're going to see today. The second one will be, of course, after the service at Elmbrook, a 9-mile journey to Wisconsin Memorial Park, where the crypt for Officer Corder has already been selected. Memorial Park donating that crypt to the family, and that's where he will be laid to rest in a very private, non-televised, from family members only final remembrance and a final goodbye there later this afternoon.
Departments from all over the state and all over the country are sending officers and their honor guards to honor this officer who made the sacrifice. And what you'll notice is that there's no standard honor guard uniform. Each department has its own honor guard uniform, but it is the best of their uniform, and they only wear it for these very sad occasions, but to show the ultimate respect and honor for a brother.
And the goal of the honor guard here is really to fill in the gaps. This is such an extraordinary, difficult event for the home department, in this case MPD, to put on, even though they've done it so many times, unfortunately, over the last few years, 6 times in the last 7 years. So that's where the Wisconsin Honor Guard Association comes in. They fill in the gaps. They help with parking. They help with the logistics of getting cars, 500 squad cars, into a procession. They help with the transport of the body here. They don't necessarily want to be noticed.
They don't.
They want to be there for the families. They want to be there for their fellow officers. They're not there for the high profile of it all.
And just a little bit more on that,
Please.
The Milwaukee Police Association also stepping into that role, because anyone who has lost a loved one, you know those days you're heartbroken, you're grieving, but then there's no time to grieve because you have to make the arrangements. And so the Milwaukee Police Association, that's where they step in. So they found a location that could host the thousands that are expected to pay tribute and be there. They did that. They worked with Christian Faith. They worked with Elmbrook Church. They took care of the planning to wrap the family in cotton so that they could have some time to just cope.
And they did that in their grief.
Yeah.
The thing that always strikes me is the men and women who are mourning with that badge shroud, that black piece of cloth that so many of them carry on them because they know at any moment of any shift, a colleague can go down. And then they go about their work while grieving, while mourning the loss of someone they knew and loved. And anyone I've talked to loved this young man. One person said to me yesterday, you know, we always speak well of those who have passed. I am telling you all this as if he were applying for a job at your TV station. Everything I'm telling you about him, this is who he was: consistent, positive, professional,
We
friendly.
saw it in the video, which we don't always get to see that person. He just had a smile that, lit up a room wherever he was. We're going to go to Bria Jones. She's outside of Elmbrook Church. And Bria, you also are seeing the arrivals of police officers, departments. Describe what's going on at your location.
Kim, we have seen police departments coming from across the country. We've also seen members of the Chicago Honor Guard here as well. I've also had a chance to speak to a few people that are here outside of Elmbrook Church. This is where Officer Quarter's body will be leaving the funeral service, where people are coming to pay their final respects, heading down this road to the burial site. I want to just take you to the scene here. Eric, if you can pan over. There has been a woman out here at least since 11:30 holding this American flag outside of the church. Someone, I believe from the Butler area, just in the last maybe 20-25 minutes, you can't see it, but on the other side of this white poster, it says Kendall Quarter, end of watch. So again, just lots of heavy emotion here outside of the church. I had a chance to speak with a woman who's from Brookfield. She lives here in Brookfield. She's actually sitting by in tears, just full of emotion. She said she was just here for Officer Peter Jarving's funeral, and she says once again she is here to pay her respects to Kendall Quarter. She also touched on just the stress, the pain, the agony, the different emotions that law enforcement officers may be facing in the coming days. Also talking about her grandson, she says, will very soon in early August be sworn in as a West Allis police officer. She's not only mourning Officer Quarter's loss, but she's also grieving for the pain that the law enforcement in this community, the weight that they are feeling in this moment. But again, this is outside of the church. We've been continuing for hours. We arrived here maybe about 10:45. We have seen a continual line of people coming for the visitation. The visitation ends in about 15 minutes. We know that the funeral service will then promptly start at 2:30. Ted mentioned this being a celebration of life. Looking at the song selection, we have Total Praise, What a Friend. So again, mourning, people in grief, this family hurting. But again, there will be a celebration of life honoring and celebrating all of Kendall Porter's 32 years of life. We've seen so many videos of him talking about his love for the job. We've also seen him in quote-unquote uncle mode, is what some of his family members were saying. And I do want to read a message that I received from someone who is rather close with him. So give me just a moment to pull up that message. I want to read it to you all because I think it just speaks to Officer Porter's character and just really what his family has been saying throughout this time. They have been saying that in all of this, they are heartbroken, but they are happy that he is reunited with his mother in heaven. I want to take a moment just to read some of that message from a special friend. It says that I'm too overwhelmed to speak. I will say, may he rest in peace. He had so much more life to live. He was very proud about being a cop. He took pride in that title, and it was his biggest accomplishment in life to get to wear that badge. He wore it with honor. That was his biggest goal since high school. I know he was welcomed into those heavenly gates, being greeted by his mother and other loved ones. So again, his family terribly heartbroken over this tragedy. Kendall Porter, we know, shot in the line of duty over 2 weeks ago. He died just 3 days later in the hospital. His family devastated, but just grateful, and just a little bit of a silver lining here for them, that he is now in heaven with his mother. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Bria, wonderful words there from someone who knew him well. Thank you. You saw the video outside the funeral home, the procession, earlier today. And because he died in the line of duty, Officer Porter is eligible for a full salute, all the honors that go with it, including what you just saw, a firing party. It's technically not a 21-gun salute, that is military, but a firing party and a potential flyover as well. We don't know if that is happening or not, but that is part of what is due to an officer in terms of respect who dies in the line of duty.
In the last week, we've learned more about Officer Porter, and from the pictures that have been shared by his family, we know that he was a son, a grandson, a brother, an uncle, and some of those pictures were shared by the funeral home Max A. Sass, and we're just going to show you some of those photos if we could. You get a better sense of who this man was. He wasn't just an officer. He was more than an officer,
Smiling even as a baby.
As a baby.
Yeah.
Again, and we appreciate Max A. Sass and Sons Funeral Home sharing some of these photos. And so it's not a uniform. This is a person that we have lost, that the community has lost, who gave to our community, served in the face of danger. And this is a family in mourning, not just the police family, but his family. They're pictured with relatives, his life. This is what was lost. And
there's the smile, and you're going to see this smile so many times in so many pictures in and out of uniform. And you're going to see some more pictures as he gets older. And he becomes, there he is in uniform, of course. A gentle giant is a term I've heard more than 5 times this week. Mm-hmm. This man who was 6'3", more than 240, a former high school defensive end who was, quote, a man among boys on the field, according to someone who knew him in high school, and just always so full of joy. He's the kind of guy that would knock you down on the football field and then be the first to pick you up.
Always smiling in every single picture from infancy. Mm-hmm. Even, police officers, they meet people at their darkest times, and it gets to you. It gets to us here as journalists, mm-hmm. some of the stories, and to still be able to smile and bring joy to the community is something that is his legacy.
He wanted to serve this city. Yeah. He wanted to serve the city in which he grew up. He went to Cudahy High School, but he was raised on the Northwest Side. And you can just see what a strong physical specimen he was. He was a wrestler. He was on the track team. He was on the football team. And there is his dedication ceremony when he became an officer.
And I believe that was his grandmother. And it broke my heart because Officer Porter was wounded Thursday, the 25th of June. His family kept vigil at his bedside for days.
Until Sunday, when he did pass away last Sunday, and that's another shot of him and his grandmother right there. And friends, just, his former captain talked about it, the SRO from Cudahy High School talked about it, just how much joy he had in being a professional, in showing up, in doing it. And I want to tell you one story that came from his captain that I talked to last night, his retired captain, who's now the police chief in Wrightstown, Wisconsin, north of Kaukauna. He was in District 2 with him, and he would say, Mary alluded to this earlier, he would stop by the captain's office every day when the shift was ending and say, Cap, have a good night, we got this, we got the district, you can go home now. And words to that effect. And he was always the first to raise his hand. The captain would say, I need someone to go play kickball with the kids. Quarter would raise his hand. I need someone to go play basketball with the kids. Quarter would raise his hand. And one time, and I think we have these pictures, so I'm asking for the chess pictures to get ready. He said, we're going to a community, and tomorrow we're going to play chess. And Quarter raised his hand. He goes, Quarter, you don't play chess? He goes, oh, I do, Captain, and I play it pretty well. And we have these pictures of there he is with this intense look on his face in the community center, playing chess with others, just being out in the community. He was the first to raise his hand and go, what are we doing? I'll go. I'll be there. I want to represent District 2. I want to rep this city. And apparently he was a darn fine chess player as well.
This is the officer you want on the Milwaukee Police Force or any police force. And you speak of always willing to help. He is assigned to District 2. The night of the shooting, he was in District 3. He was helping cover the city wherever the help was needed. We're going to go to Sam Kramer now. He's outside Wisconsin Memorial Park in Brookfield, where Officer Quarter will be laid to rest. Sam, this is also another way that the community is stepping up to honor this officer.
Yeah, hi there, Kim. We are actually posted up across the street on Capitol Drive here. The fine folks at the Schramka Funerals and Cremations allowing us to park here on their property and just kind of keep an eye on things. Across the street is Wisconsin Memorial Park. That will be the final resting place for fallen officer Kendall Quarter. And, this is actually part community appreciation here. The owner told FOX6's Aaron Maben earlier this week that they're actually donating the granite crypt, and they've already had it picked out. They are donating it free of charge to the family because they understand that a lot of immediate costs pop up when something like this happens. They didn't want this part of the funeral, again, his burial, which will be a private committal service here later today. They didn't want that to kind of be hanging over the family. So Wisconsin Memorial Park has donated all of that free of charge as a token of their appreciation to the family for the service and for the sacrifice that this officer has provided, which again is the ultimate sacrifice in this case. As you've noticed, traffic on Capitol Drive is coming through right now. The City of Brookfield Police Department does plan to block off the procession route. It's 9 miles north on Barker Road, then turning east on Capitol Drive here until that procession pulls in here. Brookfield Police will start to block it. They anticipate it'll be about a 90-minute closure between, again, the 4-5 o'clock hour, whenever that procession, once the funeral service has ended, whenever that procession leaves Elmbrook and heads this way. We anticipate that as we get further along into the afternoon and evening that we will begin to see a lot more people coming with signs, with American flags, and with heavy hearts because it has happened again. You guys mentioned it earlier. Kendall Quarter is the 6th Milwaukee police officer to die in the line of duty in the last 7 years. The sad reality that comes with that statistic is that a lot of people, not just the Milwaukee Police Department, not just nearby agencies, not just Elmbrook Church, not just Wisconsin Memorial Park, but the community is becoming more aware of what happens when an officer dies and the honors that follow, especially when the officer dies within the line of duty. So we expect that, again, as we get closer to 4 or 5 o'clock. And among the crowd, we did the story last night on the air, FOX6 News at 9 and 10. There are officers here from out of state, many of them with the Brotherhood for the Fallen nonprofit. The nonprofit started in Chicago when a cluster of police officers from Chicago in 2010 decided to travel all the way west to California to show their support for a department that had lost 3 officers. And they were so moved, talking about the officers in California, that this massive police department in Chicago would be willing to travel, would be willing to show up and to say, hey, we understand the difficulties of the position, the difficulties of the job, the career, not just on the department, but on the family as a whole. We get what you're going through, and we recognize how difficult this is, and we are here for you. Since then, that nonprofit has founded 10 chapters. 5 to 6 of them are here, and they're going to be with the officers from the Milwaukee Police Department the entire way. So we're keeping an eye on things here. You'll notice There are some coverall raised up canopies in the back. Rain is in the forecast. That isn't going to stop anything. Again, we'll keep an eye on things here at Wisconsin Memorial Park, but for now, we'll send it back to you guys, Ted and Kim, in the studio.
Sam, I want to come back to you in a little bit because I do want to talk about the different agencies representing different police agencies, but we want to go to Mary Stoker-Smith first because she joins us now with a special guest.
Mary, so many people are there already. Who do you have with you?
Well, we have some very special guests behind us, but first we are joined now by the president of the Milwaukee Police Association, Alex Ayala, and thank you so much for stepping over and talking to us. Just as we were talking, Alex, we saw a large group of people going in there, some in these vans behind us, and you say that's the family of Officer Corder.
Yes, that's the family arriving to the church, yes.
So they have been piling in. People have been here for the visitation, of course, all day, and now the funeral will start at 2:30. It's a very emotional day. We've seen a lot of emotion from you. This has got to be tough. We were just talking about the last time we were here, and it's almost this eerie deja vu that here we go again with another fallen officer.
It is. As I was walking through the main entrance, I see the mounted patrol, I see the honor guard, I see all the flags, and it's like, I was already here. Like, why is this happening again? So that deja vu feeling is completely correct.
He was we're remembering Officer Corder as such a larger-than-life person. He loved being a police officer. He loved serving. And he sent this message to the community that I am here for you. This is what I'm called to do. So many of your guys, as you say, this isn't almost a choice. It's not a job. It's a calling, right?
It is a calling. It was a calling for me. I was introduced to policing by police officers, right? Like, that's the impression that was put on me. So somebody made that impression on Kendall, and Kendall decided to be a police officer. And he said to himself, I love being a police officer. We all do. It's a calling. We do this because we love our city and we love to protect the citizens of our community.
I asked yesterday of you, what will this do, if anything, to your recruitment efforts? You need officers. You need officers on the street, and this is a reminder of the stark dangers that they face each and every day when they put on the vest and they put on the uniform and they put on the badge. How is that going to affect your ability to get people on the streets?
I don't think it will. It's a calling, and we all know the dangers that comes with this job, but for 1,400 members, it's a calling. They're not going to quit. They're not going to go anywhere. They're going to put on their badge tomorrow and keep protecting the citizens of the city of Milwaukee. We know it's dangerous, but we love to do this job. We love this because we know that we're protecting the people that cannot protect themselves, and we're the ones that keep that thin blue line, and we keep that evil from taking over our neighborhoods.
Do you think this will be a catalyst for change in Milwaukee to have a more peaceful community?
I think it will. I think this is going to be a calling for our community to say, hey, stop shooting our police officers. I think this is going to show the community that, hey, like, we cannot keep hurting our police officers. We got to make sure we show our respect and that we honor not just the ones that are working, but like our officers that have given the ultimate sacrifice. So I think this will be a turning point in the city of Milwaukee.
We've been showing a QR code where people can donate. Last thing, if you had to send one message to the community, one message that you would like to see spread, what can we do to say thank you to our officers and keep the memory of this young man alive?
Honor Kendall. Kendall Corder was an excellent officer. He loved being a police officer. Answer the call. Be a police officer. That's what I tell the community. Help your own community. I grew up in the city of Milwaukee in the south side. I became a police officer. I was a District 2 officer, and I patrolled where I lived. What more do you want? So I make that calling on the community. Step up, be a police officer, help your own community be better.
And for people in the community to see, hey, he's one of us.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. All right. Alex Ayala, thank you so much for being here, President of the Milwaukee Police Association. We really appreciate you taking this time on a very emotional day. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you bet. So you guys, as you can see behind me there, the cars continue to file in. The family, as we heard from Alex there, coming right now, just arriving in those white vans that you can see there. That's the family of Officer Corder, just arriving now to Elmbrook Church for the services that will start at 2:30. The visitation wrapping up. This is open to the public, open to the community. There has been plenty of parking for people, and so now we're seeing the family, and we're seeing more officers from not only southeastern Wisconsin, but really, as I have mentioned, from departments all over our country coming to pay their respects to this man who we are saying goodbye to today. saying goodbye, but certainly we are remembering, and we will never forget.
Never forget indeed. Mary, thank you for that wonderful interview with the head of the union. And Mary asked a really interesting question there about what does this do for recruiting? And he says, I don't think it will. And to his point, and I have to credit our colleague Brian Polson on this, who points out it's worth noting that Milwaukee police had 4 officers, Officer Irvine, Mahalski, Rittner, and Lenz, die in the line of duty in a time between 2018 of June and September of 2019. That's the same time Kendall Corder enrolled in the police academy. This is the most dangerous time in terms of lives lost in the history of MPD. And it was Officer Corder was one of those recruits, and to their credit said, yeah, I know it's dangerous. I still want to do it. Give me that badge. Give me a beat. Give me a district to patrol.
And such a young
I
man.
want some credit to Brian for pointing that out.
Dying at the age of 32, he was on the force, I shouldn't say only, because every day was a day that he served and took a risk. He was on the force for 6 years, and as part of today's honor, the flag from his graduating class from the Academy 2019 will be presented, another way that he is honored. And we spoke about officers who have been injured, who've been wounded in the line of duty. Milwaukee officers, there are 3 right now. The MPA is collecting funds for Officer Kendall Corder, a fallen officer. His partner was also shot that evening, Christopher McRae. And in June, 2 weeks before these 2 officers were shot, Officer Sam Schwabenlander was shot and is recovering. And so Milwaukee's police department has suffered immensely this summer.
And not to mention the Shorewood officer just injured recently. And we're going to talk more about how this year has been for officers in the line of duty. The numbers are actually down, but they're still staggeringly high. We'll talk about that in a moment. Excuse me. Let's go to Ashley Sears, who is along the procession right now. You're at Barker and Capitol. We can see you're in a heavy rain there. Are you seeing anything yet? Tell us about the scene where you are at Barker and Capitol.
Yeah, we're at Barker and Capitol right now, and when that funeral ends, the procession will travel through here. It'll be northbound on Barker Road here, and then head eastbound onto Capitol Drive. The procession will be joined by a large amount of law enforcement. As we stand out here, we've seen several squads from across the state passing by, including State Patrol, Jackson Police Department, Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office, and OMRO. And traditionally, people will line the street here as that procession passes through. I think we're still a ways away from that happening here. And as the weather is kind of bad right now, no one's out quite yet. But I do want you to see this. Mike Pasuic, my photographer, if he could pan over. We're outside of a Toyota dealership, and you see there are signs all around. There's a flag with a thin blue line out here, as well as some American flags just sitting on the cars out here as people pass by, as this procession will pass by. And we expect that to happen between 4 and 5 o'clock today, and we expect the community to gather out here in support of Kendall Corder.
All right, Ashley, thank you. And I know that it's raining, it's miserable, but that will not deter the public and officers from being there to support Officer Corder. So here's a look at the plan for the funeral. It begins with a prayer and then music.
We're also going to hear from a few people, including Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson, Police Chief Jeffrey Norman, Captain Aaron Mea, and after that, Bishop Darrell Hines with the Christian Faith Fellowship Church will lead a message of hope, followed by music and a message to officers. I'm told we will also hear, because he told me he was speaking today, the SRO from Cudahy High School at the time where Officer Corder was just a student back then.
And that's the resource officer.
He's going to be talking, and he is the resource officer who Corder's family credits with planting the bulb, the seed, if you will, to become an. He was the role model, right? They would work out together. He had such praise for Kendall Corder. He said he grew up on the northwest side of Milwaukee, and he found a way to get to Cudahy High School by bus and be there every morning for a 6:30 workout.
And it's not easy.
And he would use him as an example to say to some of the Cudahy kids who live 2 blocks away,
stop slacking,
and we're late for school, this young man's coming all the way from the northwest side. Surely you can make it down here. Sam Kramer is joining us again. And Sam, we wanted to take it away from you because we had Ayala waiting by with Mary, so please understand that. But I want to go back to something. You talked to officers from Chicago and New York last night. Before I ask you this question, what's startling, what is absolutely startling, is on June 26th, the night Corder was shot. Since then, 5 police officers, law enforcement officers, sheriff deputies, state troopers, what have you, 5 have died in the line of duty in just the last 2 weeks. They are all, this scene is being repeated from New Mexico to South Carolina to North Carolina to Kansas. How can so many officers be spread out all over the country paying tribute? It's almost a full-time job for these officers to pay tribute to their brothers and sisters who died in the line of duty.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it, and it gets back to what I was telling you earlier, and that is why this particular nonprofit, the Brotherhood for the Fallen, actually formed. They found that just in a cluster of officers from Chicago traveling to California for the funerals of 3 officers that were killed in the line of duty there, had such a profound impact on that agency, on the agencies neighboring it that certainly felt the loss of those officers, on the families, but also on themselves. Perhaps understanding the calling, the service, the sacrifice, and maybe above all of that, the importance of being there for one another. The officers I spoke with yesterday were a retired Chicago police captain and an active NYPD officer. And both of them, offered some unique perspective in that over the last several years, support for the people that do this job has waned. And we can talk about that another time, but it becomes evident that there are still people that support the men and women that wear the badge, that sign up to do this job, again, knowing that when they leave their homes, they may not return. That support is really evident on days like today, especially when officers, retired or active from other agencies, make their way here. The New York Police Department, NYPD officer that we spoke with, his name is Max Rodriguez, and he said, you know what? I don't just feel like I have to be here. I want to be here. He said he didn't quite understand the reaction he gets when NYPD officers show up to any officer's funeral. But it is the biggest police department in the United States. And he understands that, look, it means something that we're here, that the biggest department will travel, no matter how small the department is, to show its support, to be there for the officers, to say, I understand the difficulties of your job. I understand some of the heartbreak that you are feeling right now, but we want to be here for you. And then perhaps the point that stuck with me the most is the retired Chicago police captain who's been to a number of these. He now is a member of this nonprofit, and these chapters, they donate money to the families of the fallen. They also show up to ensure that there's always a uniform officer from out of state at that officer's funeral, particularly when they die in the line of duty. And he said, you know what the sad reality is we make connections throughout the few days that we're here with the officers within the department, in this case, Milwaukee Police Department, connections with officers from neighboring departments as well that are here to pay their respects as well. They will make those connections, and then they often say, when they are leaving, the sad reality is that they will see each other again. And it speaks to what you were saying, that these line of duty deaths have been happening with such frequency, albeit down from the first half of last year when compared. But they have just become so accustomed to the fact that another officer is going to die in the line of duty. They're here to provide that support. But in the meantime, some of these Milwaukee officers, some of the officers from neighboring departments in Wisconsin are going to have to be relied upon in the future to provide that support. And I think that's what stood out to me the most, is that the brotherhood is the perfect term. That they didn't know each other before, but now they do on a different level that people who are not police officers just don't understand. And I think that's okay. But at the end of the day, that they are there to support each other no matter what happens. They just wish it would be for better circumstances.
I talked to a member of the Honor Guard from Beloit who said the camaraderie we experience is just different from everywhere else. We go around, we meet officers we'll never meet elsewhere. It's a bit like therapy to see how others cope and to know you're not alone in your grief. So it's actually important that they be there for the officers of that department but also for themselves, so they can learn how to cope and interact with officers who are going through that grief, because they know they're going to have to. 42 officers have died in the line of duty this year already, down 53% from last year. Still a shockingly high number. They can go to these funerals at an average of about twice a week. That is something to think about.
Thanks, Sam. We're going to check in with you throughout this afternoon. Let's go to Bria Jones right now. She is also across from Elmbrook Church. Bria, folks will notice that flags are at half-staff today, ordered by Governor Tony Evers in respect to Officer Kendall Corder.
Yes, Kim, in the last 10 to 15 minutes, we actually saw Governor Tony Evers walk inside Elmbrook Church. I want you to take a look at that video. He walked into the church with an umbrella in hand, as we also saw just minutes before that when we saw Officer Kendall Corder's family members get out of, some of them were in a van. They got out of the van, some of them with bags over their head to protect their hair, with hats, with umbrellas as well, as they were being embraced by other police officers, other staff here at the church, welcoming them into the funeral service. The thing that stood out to me, though, was as the family was approaching, someone actually rolled down their window and directed a smile and a wave in our direction, which touched me, especially because they're going through so much trauma in this moment, but yet someone within the family still offering a glimpse of smile, waving towards the supporters that are over here. People out here weathering the storm. I want you to take a look at Kinga. I know she's at this point probably tired of me bothering her, but she has been out here for at least 2 hours as well. We have people waiting in their cars, paying respects to Officer Kendall Corder. There are so many people out here that are just touched and moved by this tragedy, people who have never even met him. I want you to just take a listen to what she had to say about what brought her back out here and what brings tears to her eyes on this gloomy day.
And not only this, but my grandson, 22 years old, who's going to be police officer in West Allis. He's going to be sworn in on August 8th, and he's so proud, and people congratulating me, and I'm crying, because when I see something like that, it's so unfair. It's so unfair.
You can hear the emotion in her voice, saying this is so unfair. Sentiments echoed by so many people in this community. We know that Officer Kendall Corder was shot in the line of duty just over 2 weeks ago. Sadly, he died from his injuries just 3 days later, an outcome that so many people were hoping we would not see, that would not happen. But sadly, that is why we're here today. This is where the procession will leave out from the church once the funeral service is done, once the songs have been sung by the praise team, by the choir. I had a chance to look at the funeral list. I saw they're going to perform Total Praise. They're going to sing What a Friend, and then Kendall Corder will leave the church here at Elmbrook, heading down this very road to his final resting place. And best believe there are people that are waiting outside, weathering this storm, weathering the rain, just hoping for a glimpse of the casket and for a chance to pay their final respects. Now reporting live in Brookfield, Bria Jones, FOX 6 News.
Bria, thank you. We want to bring back those pictures of Kendall Corder's life provided by Max A. Sass Funeral Home. And as we do, we're going to talk about this young man and this tremendous loss to his family, to the brotherhood of police officers, to our community. And it just brings you, this is a loss of a person.
It's the loss of a person who was dedicated on serving this community. Yes, it's sad when anybody such a young age, just 32 years old, passes away. But I talked to one of the pastors from the church, from the Christian Faith Fellowship Church, and I said, as we look at these pictures of Kendall Corder through different stages of his life, always smiling. I think you're going to notice that. And I said, what will we hear from Pastor Hines today? And the associate pastor says what Pastor Hines will try to do today is not just minister to the family of Officer Corder, but to the hearts of a community that has been so negatively impacted by tragedy, that we have to believe in the hope that it will get better, because Brother Corder's death cannot be in vain, and adding that we cannot think of him without thinking of other law enforcement officers who have preceded him in death and who will stay on watch to protect our streets. But look at him in the background there with the Bucks championship trophy. And again, Murph, you talked about it, that smile.
That
because
smile.
That term, that gentle giant, is a phrase that I heard no fewer than 5 times this past week as I've talked to people who knew him well, as I tried to learn more about a young man. And you just...
It just grips your heart.
You wish you had met him.
Yeah.
You wish you had got to know more about him and just hear from him personally. He was such a good friend, according to his friends, such a good family. The uncle, the pictures of him with his nieces and nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
Officer Corder lost his mother earlier, and one of his relatives said that as they try to find something to hold on to keep the family together, there is the belief that he is now with his mother. And so that is something that we will certainly hold on to as well. I just want to say that one of the most emotional parts of the ceremony comes at the end, when there is a recording that announces the end of watch for Officer Corder. So that is a moment. We hope that you can be here with us as we share in this loss together.
And that's the one that really makes it sink in, what we've lost here and who we've lost here. Mary Stoker-Smith is outside Elmbrook Church. You're grabbing people as they come in. What have you got, Mary? Has more cars come in? Tell us more about the scene there, please.
Yeah, more cars are coming in, and more people are standing here across from Elmbrook Church. We're right across from Marks Park as well. And it's funny because you guys are talking about him, and one of the women I talked to, her name is Mary. And she said, you know, I'm from close to Cudahy, where Officer Corder played football, and I just feel this kinship, and everything that you guys have said about him, he's become a friend. I think we all feel that way. That is the impact that this man has left on the community. He was, yes, larger than life, a gentle giant, but because we are hearing about his outpouring of community service, about the way he wanted to protect people, he loved being an uncle, he wanted to have kids of his own. Everybody feels as though all of a sudden we know this man. He was right in our backyard, serving and protecting and watching over us. And so there is certainly this somber tone here, but it's also a celebratory tone, if you will, of a life that was so well lived and of a legacy that we hope will continue on. We want, as we heard from the president of the Milwaukee Police Association, we want people in the community to really applaud our officers, to give them a hug, but they also are saying, please be a part of the community by becoming a police officer. It's so important that people know that they have tangible role models right in their community. So it's been amazing. As you know, there are people from all over the country here. 300 to 500 vehicles are going to stream out of the church here, the procession that will ultimately go to the Wisconsin Memorial Park, where Officer Corder will be laid to rest. And a lot of those officers are saying we have to be here. In fact, I wrote down one of the quotes. It said, one of the officers from New York said, "I'm always surprised at the reaction that we have, that we get from the community when we come to these funerals. They say, yeah, we're from New York. Other officers say, yeah, I'm from Texas or California." He said, to me, it's something I have to do. It's something I want to do. So therefore, I'm just supporting what is so natural to me, to support a brother and a sister in blue, to let them know we're here for them, and only we know exactly what they are going through. So that's kind of the scene and the mood that we're seeing here today, that there is such a brethren here that is, as you can see, continuing to pour into Elmbrook Church. The visitation started at 11, 2:19 now wrapping up. We are about 11 minutes away from the official start of the funeral right there in the church. And then afterward, the burial, as I mentioned, will be at Wisconsin Memorial Park, and we'll see a stream of cars. We're going to bring that to you leaving as we follow that very reverent procession with the flags aligned here. The flags, which, as we mentioned, have been up since the 4th of July for that celebration, but now a different type of honor and remembrance there as we remember this young man who's just got that infectious smile in a life that has touched so many, not only of his colleagues, but of course so many members of the community.
Mary Stoker-Smith, the visitation ending just about 20 minutes ago at 2 o'clock. The Services for Officer Quarter set to begin at 2:30.
And Mary talked about that procession that will leave Elmbrook there. It'll go north on Barker Road and then take a right and go east on Capitol. And that is where our Ashley Sears is standing by. And Ashley, I know there's not a lot of activity now. There will be later this afternoon. In fact, the road will be closed off until that procession goes all the way through. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're at that turning point from Barker Road onto Capitol where the procession will head to Wisconsin Memorial Park. Just a few moments ago, while Mary was speaking, a man pulled up and asked, is this where the procession is going through? He parked his vehicle and he said he's going to be waiting here until that procession begins, and he wants to be a part of this to pay his respects. So we're hoping to speak with him a little later. We expect more people like that to fill up this parking lot here and line parts of Barker Road. I know on Capitol Drive there are several businesses along that area where people will stop and pay their respects to Officer Kendall Porter and watch as that massive procession heads to the cemetery as Kendall Porter will be at his final resting place.
Ashley, that's the thing. I mean, this is a 9-mile procession from the church to where he will be laid to rest at Wisconsin Memorial Park. And we will see people stop their days. It's a Friday afternoon in the summer, the season that we live for. And people, bless them, are going to take time to say, this is more important. I need to stop for a minute and show this family the respect we have for their son.
The family and for police officers all across the country.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, we've been a part of these processions before, and we've watched that time and time again as people now know what to do and know what to expect with these processions. They will pull over here in this parking lot. They will stop outside of their homes, in their driveways. They will stop grocery shopping to have a moment to pay their respects. And one of the things I always find so interesting and heartbreaking with these processions is by the time the hearse reaches the cemetery, there are still lines of vehicles heading out of the church because so many people want to be a part of this and so many people want to pay gratitude to the officer who made the ultimate sacrifice.
And actually, I believe I'm correct in this, that Officer Quarter, since his shooting, has not been alone. There has been a member of the Milwaukee Police Department, a member of the Honor Guard with him every step of the way. He has not been left alone.
It's heartbreaking and heartwarming at the same time to know that someone is with him at all times as he awaits his final resting place.
Ashley, you work every week with U.S. Marshals. I imagine some of them, and I don't know if you know specifically how many, but so many different law enforcement officers will be here today. You work with these men and women of the Marshal Service on a weekly basis for your outstanding weekly feature, Wisconsin's Most Wanted. Do you ever talk about this with them, about the dangers of their job, about the roles they play, about what it means to wear that badge? They go chasing bad guys every day of the week, 24/7.
Ted, I had an opportunity to go out with the U.S. Marshals on one of their task force missions. It's incredibly dangerous and frightening for someone like me to witness what they do every day, and they do it. It is their job, and they say, you know, we know the risk that goes along with this, but it is important for us to keep the community safe. Obviously, it's a different thing what they were doing than what the officer was involved with. But that is something, the danger is the same. That is something they face every day when they put that uniform on, walk out of their home and head to work. And they do it every day with a smile on to try and keep our communities safe.
And they're still doing that job today, but they're doing it with a shroud around their badge, as if to say, we know the dangers, we are mourning the loss of someone, but it's game time. We got a job to do, and we're going to do it. It's just a remarkable confluence of emotions. Ashley Sears, along a very rainy procession route. We know we'll be talking a lot more to you later, so thank you very much for hanging out in the rain for us there, Ashley.
Well, let's get to Sam Kramer, who's at Wisconsin Memorial Park, and a very special part in this homegoing for Officer Corder. The cemetery actually stepped up and said, we will provide services here. We will, be there for this officer, as the cemetery has been for several other officers who will be buried or are buried nearby. Officer Peter Jerving and Officer Michalski, both Milwaukee officers who died in the line of duty. Sam Kramer is also, again, he's out there at the cemetery.
Yeah, hi there, Kim. It's, I think the term that we have used is unfortunate experience. In a perfect world, none of the people that are involved in today's honors, from the funeral to the honors outside the church, to the procession, to the burial, would have the experience, having the involvement within line of duty death anytime an officer dies. The unfortunate reality is they do. But we have seen this time and time again. The reverence, the honor, and just kind of this somber reality to this day. And part of that, again, is here at Wisconsin Memorial Park. You see the flags behind me. Those were planted for the 4th of July, similar to Elmbrook Church. The organizers here decided to keep those in place through today's funeral and the private committal service that will happen here at Wisconsin Memorial Park. And as you mentioned, they have already picked out a crypt, a granite crypt. Aaron Maben was here earlier this week talking with the owners about that. They tell us that this is their way of giving back, of recognizing the service, the sacrifice that fallen officer Kendall Corder and his family provided. And part of the reason that they wanted to do this free of charge to the families, that they understand that there are a lot of immediate costs that jump in when something unplanned like this happens. I mean, think, if you will, bills, people coming from out of town if they need help getting here that are family members, just thinking about meals, that sort of thing. Just so many costs can pop up, and Wisconsin Memorial Park says, you know what, we don't want you guys to have to worry about that. We're going to take care of it. It's 160 acres here, again, just south of Capitol Drive in Brookfield. In having been here for services before, it is beautiful grounds. The inside is spectacular, and they pay attention to detail. They take care of everything. Today will be no different. We'll notice that procession when it leaves Elmbrook Church and makes its way here, that long string of cars that Ashley Sears mentioned is kind of veer off. The committal service at the family's request will be private, for them to really just kind of say their final goodbye right there. But nonetheless, that procession will veer off, and we will see all of these squads and law enforcement vehicles continue to stream through and kind of off to the side. And we anticipate at that time that several members of the public, whether they have law enforcement connections or not, are just going to be here because they have that unfortunate experience of knowing what is going on, of knowing when they see the lights on these squad cars coming down, streaming down Capitol Drive, that the worst has happened, frankly, and it's happened again. But what will be powerful is hearing what brings them out, why they want to be here, and perhaps hearing about this guy that, as you guys have mentioned, you wish you had known, based on the details that we've seen on his faces, based on the stories of how he came into this career, this calling, as somebody who grew up in Milwaukee and wanted to give back. So it's going to be a somber scene here. Frankly, it kind of always is when a line of duty death happens. But nevertheless, the public is going to show up to say, look, we recognize the pain that you're going through. We're here to support you no matter what.
Is an amazing sight of respect and reverence. Sam Kramer, thank you very much. And it is great that people will show up and will show the family what this young man meant to the city, to show his colleagues what they mean. But you can also do that. Milwaukee cops will be everywhere this weekend. It's going to be a very busy weekend. They're going to be dragon boat races down at the lakefront. There's a 3-game set at the Brewers Stadium tonight, American Family Field, which is patrolled by Milwaukee police. Go up, say hello, say thank you, say sorry for your loss. Let them know that this community does support them, especially in this time of their grief, where they're punching the clock and showing up. I talked to one officer today who I've known. I said, are you able to go? And they said, I can't. I got to work today. Yeah. Couldn't get off. Not everyone can get to this funeral. there's still a city to protect.
Right.
And so they're going to grieve while they're working. It's just, I said, it's amazing confluence of emotions today.
But everyone comes together. Again, I keep calling for the pictures of Officer Corder to help you, if you don't already, get a feel for who this young man was and the incredible loss that the city now bears. This ceremony, the funeral services, are set to start at 2:30 in Elmbrook Church. Elmbrook was scouted out by the Milwaukee Police Association because they have the capacity to seat thousands who are expected to attend.
And they've done this before, as Ashley mentioned. Unfortunately, we know the drill. We know how this works. We don't want to be knowing the drill. This become way too familiar to those of us in the city. As we look at these pictures, can I tell you the story from when he was in Cudahy High School, Murph? And the school resource officer there, Steve Kaminsky, told me he was so proud of his accomplishments, whether they be on the football field or whether they be on the wrestling mat or whether they be, and he won a medal at a track meet and he wore it around school and he was so proud of this medal. Now, keep that in mind, because also that same year, when he was just in high school, a young man in his class was choking. He had taken a bite of a pen and a pen cap went down, and they were calling for medical help. And the SRO ran down and medical help ran down to this classroom. And when they got there, they said, it's okay. Kendall took care of it. Kendall knew how to do the Heimlich maneuver, save this other student's life.
He was a helper.
And when they tried to praise him for that, for an accomplishment, he downplayed that. He wanted to downplay that. That was his service to others. When he did something great athletically, he wanted to strut and say, look at what I did, and rightly so. But when it came down to the service of others, he was embarrassed by the attention that he got for that. And I think that speaks volumes about who this person was.
And you see him surrounded by children.
Loved him.
Wanted, his family tells us, he wanted to be a father someday. That was one of his life goals. That will not happen now because of the ambush that happens on Thursday, June 26th. He and his partner were shot near 25th and Garfield in an ambush. So this is the program as we know it to happen. The pastor of Elmbrook Church, Kyle Fryer, he will deliver the opening remarks. There will be remarks from Mayor Cavalier Johnson, Police Chief Jeffrey Norman, his captain at District 2, Captain Aaron Mejia, and then Bishop Darrell Hines, who was his pastor at Christian Faith Fellowship Church. He will deliver the eulogy, and Milwaukee Police Department Chaplain George Papacristo will also offer a message of hope to the men and women and family members who are aching.
Yeah, you mentioned that he loved kids. His former captain told me he mentored kids. He used to love to coach kids. And again, when the captain would say, we need to go play volleyball or kickball or dodgeball,
he was there.
Corder would be going, I'm there.
Yeah.
I'll be there. You know who's here is Mary Stoker-Smith is here. She is just across the street from Elmbrook Church with more on how we're moments away. And as soon as this service starts, we're going to take people there live. We're not talking over anything. So Mary, until that time, tell us what you've learned in the last few minutes.
Well, you know, we keep hearing about how people are coming out here just to pay their respects and to pay tribute because people feel like they want to do something. And as you mentioned, Ted, a lot of officers are just saying when you see us on the streets, particularly this weekend with so much going on in our community, it's summer after all, people still have to go to work. And so, you know, a simple thank you will do. There are so many ways to give back, and we have seen an outpouring of support from businesses who have taken up fundraisers, made things, whether it baked goods or other things. And we also know that there was a support group, Hearts Behind the Badge, that put together goodies, if you will, for the hundreds and hundreds of officers inside of the church right now. They put together some food and some keepsakes. You know, when you're coming from out of town, oftentimes, especially they've been in the church for so long, they just need a little refreshment or just a little gift, a little token of appreciation. So there have been a lot of people that have come to volunteer to make sure that everything goes smoothly, and also people from all around the country who have come into the services here feel welcomed and feel very comfortable, because as many have said, it's going to be a long day. 300 to 500 vehicles are expected when we see this procession here, and there's going to be a lot of people inside of those vehicles. That procession, of course, making its way after the funeral to Wisconsin Memorial Park, where Officer Corder is going to be laid to rest. And it's interesting too, because when we talk about donations, the crypt that he will be laid to rest in was also donated. The family, of course, needing support, but this was a donated item here that money raised goes to help them. The family support, of course, is emotional, but it's also there's a financial need there, and so that's interesting. It's also interesting that, Ted, as you've said, we have gone through this so many times. You hate to go through this, but at this cemetery, Officer Corder will be laid to rest not far from at least 2 other fallen MPD officers. Funerals that we have covered, funerals that you have seen here, sadly, on our air, Peter Jerving and Officer Michael Mihalski. And so he'll be joined by his brothers in blue not far from there when the service does wrap, and eventually that burial ceremony does take place not far from here. People are still coming in. They are lining the streets here just to pay their respects. As we look here at the scene behind us, you can see here that there are officers. We saw the honor guard outside a short time ago, and most people are, of course, in that service right now. We saw the family of Officer Corder arrive in big vans just about a half hour ago, and so there is certainly no shortage of people there to pay their respects. Seeing a lot of cars from different jurisdictions around the area and, of course, around our state, but sadly, this is a well-oiled machine. We've done this before, and so sadly today they know what they're doing. Everybody has made sure that this is going off without a hitch. A very reverent scene out here. It continues, and we're just awaiting for the funeral, where there'll be some very touching, very emotional remarks made, music to honor his life, but an honor and a reflection of a man whose life was cut short, who loved being a police officer.
Mary Stoker-Smith, thank you. And we're taking another view of what is happening outside of Elmbrook Church. You can see members of the Honor Guard are assembling so that they'll be ready when their roles are then activated. And I just want to mention this week we have gotten to learn more about this ceremony, what happens, and how Milwaukee police honor their own. Christina Van Zelst spoke with a member of the Honor Guard, and this quote of what he said, he said it's a tradition and it is a sacred role among brothers and sisters in blue, honoring the way an officer lived. And this is what we're saying. This honors the way Officer Corder lived.
And he lived joyfully, and you can see that in the pictures. His former captain says, just as who he was as a person, was he a good officer? He said he was a great officer. I said, why? Well, first of all, you got to remember who he was as a person. He tried to diffuse every situation, and he was a big man. Mm-hmm. That helps. You walk into a situation when you're 6'3", 240, and the body of an athlete, you're going to command respect to the scene a little bit. But more so, he was calm, never rattled. His size, he said, led him to take control of every situation. And as we watch these officers who gather far too often.
And from different divisions.
Different divisions, different states.
Departments
from around Wisconsin. There are, I did a few spot checks of towns. I called my hometown of Baraboo. Mm-hmm. I said, is anyone coming over? The chief is coming over. Well, that makes perfect sense because the Baraboo police chief is a former lieutenant here in the Milwaukee Police Department. The diaspora, Murph, of Milwaukee police officers who are now chiefs in other Wisconsin cities is in the dozens. It was as high as 32 at one point. So there is a connection to MPD throughout the entire Badger State. And that's why you're going to see, it's not just a personal thing, it's a respect thing for the office and for another fallen officer. But I want to talk, while we have a minute, about the wellness team of Milwaukee Police Department and the praise it gets from officers. Back in the day, an officer once told me, you knew what the risks were. You knew that someone was going to die on the job, and you dealt with it, and you went home. And you know what that did? That led to a lot of suicides at the hands of officers because they never dealt with the grief and the tragedy and the trauma they saw. This retired captain last night praises the wellness team and the proactive way in which mental health has been approached by Milwaukee police. You're going to hear from Papa Cristo later today.
The chaplain,
the
MPD chaplain,
who is an amazing man, who is going to find the right words. Has done this too many times. But they talk about the need for these officers to talk, and that's one of the things that they're all going to do. They did last night. They're going to do it tonight after the service. They're going to help each other get through this, and they're going to finally say, it's okay to talk about the trauma. It's okay to talk about what you've seen. It's okay to talk about your fears. And Milwaukee police have brought in experts, many of whom are former cops, but they're also mental health experts.
To help.
Yeah, because they might not want to talk to you and me. They might not want to talk to a civilian therapist who has never walked their beat, who has never ridden their squad cars.
And I can only imagine the grief is so great that it's not even at the word stage yet. It's just a heartache that is unbearable, that the words aren't there yet. And so you have this department, which again, in the last month, has seen 3 officers shot. Officer Corder succumbed to his injuries, but 2 other officers shot. And the calls that they were responding to, when you think of the risk assessment, I would imagine that they were, midway. You wouldn't expect that this situation would have turned into us now burying an officer responding to a possible domestic violence shots fired call.
That's why we never use the term a routine call or a routine stop or a routine house knock, because there are no such thing. Not anymore. You do not know what's on the other side of that door, of that car, with the windows that you can't see through. So, again, just a credit to this wellness team and a credit to Milwaukee police for really being proactive in getting the mental health of their officers in a time like this to deal with this.
And if you, wish you had a chance to know Officer Corder, we hope that these pictures shared by his family, because his family wants you to know who he was, the life that he lived, and the life that we are now honoring. This shows you, sometimes you will find just a picture or two, and that's, nothing to say, each family grieves differently. But this family shared him with the city for 6 years in his role as an officer, and now they're sharing in their grief, and they're sharing who he was. This is the life that was claimed.
And it breaks your heart to think about what was next in this life. Would he have made the tactical unit that he wanted to make?
Would he have been a father?
Would he have been a father? How high in the ranks would he have gone? Would he have become police chief? Would he have entered politics? He was going to be and was a role model for younger people in this city, someone to look up to, someone who loved his job, someone who approached it with professionalism, but also with joy. How can you not be attracted to that? How can you not say, I'd like to be like him, please? And so it's heartbreaking to think about what the next 30, 40 years would have been. We're not going to get to know that. So now we have to deal with the grief of this and the shock of this and the pain of this and honor him, and then say, all right, what do we do so that we are never gathered here today, so that we do not know how to cover an officer's funeral?
He was born January 19th, 1993, graduated high school June 7th, 2012. He was sworn in as an officer at the age of 26. What were you doing at the age of 26 to make such a commitment? He was shot June 26th, and he succumbed to his injuries that Sunday, June 29th, at the age of 32.
Badge number 3509 will never be worn again in the Milwaukee Police Department. And you can see one of the members of the honor guard there. I'm not sure which jurisdiction. It could be MPD. But you're going to see that badge shroud hundreds of times today over every officer. Some have the shield and they wear it horizontally. Some, if you're a sheriff's deputy, have a star figure. They wear that diagonally, kind of like on a clock, 11 to 5. But they all wear them. They all have them. And they all say, we're grieving, but we're on the job. We're grieving, but we're going to do what it takes to honor him, but also protect the streets. I'm checking our mail right now, our internal mail here. There are other crime scenes that police are responding to right now.
And so some of the officers from other departments in the state, they cover so that officers who are in District 2, that they
the best they can.
That they can come to today's service to honor their fellow officer. So the roles, whatever role the honor guard is needed, whether that be as a greeter, traffic control, to fill in at a district that is now short-staffed, possibly because they want everyone who wants to be here to be able to be here.
To say to the family, what do you need?
Yeah.
Little things. Do you need snacks? Do you need someone to go with you to get some air? Whatever
Have you eaten? Have you
eaten?
Yeah,
Correct.
because those things stop when you have a loss. You just
the grief that everyone's dealing with. We're not sure why there's a delay in the starting of the service, but we can certainly tell you more about what we've learned about this extraordinary young man, Kendall Corder. There he is with his grandmother right there.
Who was at his bedside
yeah.
at Frederick Hospital those days following the shooting. And now she is saying goodbye to her grandson.
He believed in being mentored. You know, in sports, we say someone's a coachable kid, you know, they want to learn more. He wanted to learn more. He wanted to move up the ranks. He wanted to be in the tactical unit. He was 1,000% professional, according to his former captain. Always gravitated to the kids in the district, playing hoops, playing dodgeball, loved his job. And I told the story before about how the captain said, all right, we're going to a community
chess.
Yeah, I didn't want to, a community
night
workshop.
Workshop?
Yeah, night
okay.
out, whatever have you, sorry. And it was in the afternoon, and he said, I need chess players, and Kendall Corder raised his hand. And the cat said, Corder, don't tell me you play chess, too. And he goes, yeah, Captain, I'm pretty good. And we saw those pictures before of him there very intently playing chess with people in the community. So what couldn't this guy do? What couldn't this guy do? Went on to play some college football at Rochester Community College in Rochester, Minnesota, then came back. I mean, he was an amazing athlete and just an amazing person. I'm just going over the notes of things that, yeah, here are those chess picks again. And there he is on the right there.
Really into this.
Yeah,
you know, he committed
yeah, I
to
mean,
this.
He could have been such an intimidating guy, but he just was this, I'm sorry, I keep repeating myself, this gentle giant that he would knock you down on the football field and then pick you up.
Milwaukee and all of southeastern Wisconsin has really poured out in support of the police department and Officer Corder's family. We've had bakeries have fundraisers to raise funds for the Fallen Heroes Fund. The Hone Bridge lit in blue in respect for Officer Corder.
And there will be more coming up. I don't have the dates right on top of my head. I'll try to get them for you for post-service, but there are more. I know Omar Sheikh is doing one. Stenny's, thank you very much.
50%
in Walker's Point, July, 50% of their proceeds that day. So go eat wings at Stenny's. You'll never regret eating wings at Stenny's. But
and if we could bring up that picture of the 3 Milwaukee officers who who've been shot
just this
summer. In the Milwaukee Police Department, Officer Corder, along with his partner Christopher McCrae, and Officer Sam Schwabenlander, was shot in June near 46th and Hampton, again responding to a call from a citizen concerned because that person spotted 2 individuals who seemed to have weapons, flashing guns. They keep us safe.
Right. And there's Officer McCrae in the middle who was injured that night, who wrote a very beautiful tribute on Facebook to what he called his older brother, Kendall Corder, who, you know, sometimes we butted heads, but you were always right, and you always had me, and you always protected me. And this captain I talked to last night, this retired captain, wanted me to single out Officer McCrae today, and I'm glad you brought that up, Murph. He said he's an absolute hero and an amazing person and an amazing officer as well. We haven't talked enough about him and what he's going through. He wanted to get back on the job as soon as possible, and I have got to think he will be here today. He was shot in
and
the
still
leg.
recovering, yes.
And still recovering, so.
I'm not sure if Ashley Sears is still up and able to speak with us, and we will get with her in a little bit, but she's along the route, the procession route, where people will be gathering just to show how this loss affects the community.
And some already are. She said a gentleman pulled over and said, "Is this where the parade route is?" Sure is. It's a 9-mile parade route from Elmbrook Church to Wisconsin Memorial Park, going up Barker Road and then on Capitol. But right now, let's take you outside Elmbrook Church to Mary Stoker-Smith. And Mary, we're a little late in starting. Do you know anything about the delay on your end, or what have you been able to ascertain there?
We have not been able to hear anything. I've just put out some text messages to sources and people who are inside of the church right now, and I have not heard back. I'm just standing by, but we do know that it's going to be a lengthy service with several people talking, some music, of course, and so we are just waiting any moment. The minute that does happen, of course, we'll cut away and we will bring you, of course, the service. It's really interesting when I was just standing here, just kind of waiting, looking at my notes from the several former colleagues and retired officers that I've talked to in the last couple of days, when they all mirror, they're all saying the same thing, that this is an honor. Why we mourn the loss of our brother in blue, and while we're grieving, this is what we sign up to do, and we do it with honor, and we do it because we want to serve. It is truly a calling. One of them said the danger that you face when you put that vest on and it's supposed to protect you, and that gun, and the possibility that it doesn't, it's something that we carry with us every day. We wrap it around us, but we understand that this is part of what we have to do, what we want to do. And so they said this bravery is what we want people to understand is part of our DNA and the officers. We run toward danger when other people run away from it. And it's so interesting, Ted, you have brought up multiple times that Officer Corder wanted to be part of the tactical enforcement unit. So it's interesting. Funeral is going to start. We're going to bring you that right now, and of course we'll join you afterward here for the procession.
Mary, thank you so much for that. We are outside Elmbrook Church right now, and we are starting to see the honor guard. So we are going to close our mics here and let the moment breathe here.
So if we do this, we go into a ceremony of parade rest, and one last command will be at the very end of it. Color guard, Anybody have any questions? Sir. Back in the back?
No. Okay, apparently they just doing a few drills there, going over last minute preparations there. You could hear the, I don't know if it's a sergeant or not, I'm not sure of the rank, but saying, does anyone have any questions? It does not appear that they do. They are well trained in this, and unfortunately they are well experienced in this as well.
There are officers who are dedicated, who volunteer to be a part of the honor
They're all
guard.
volunteer, yeah.
And when this happens, they're there. Earlier, Mary Stoker-Smith spoke with the Milwaukee Police Association President Alex Ayala about this day and the heaviness and the loss. Let's listen to that. And we'll get to that a little bit later.
Right now, let's go back to Barker and Capitol and our Ashley Sears. Ashley, the ceremony hasn't even started yet, so we are a long way away from traffic coming by you, but that doesn't mean there aren't people by you.
Yeah, Ted, we've seen two people pull into the parking lot here. We spoke to a man from Sussex and a woman from Brookfield about being out here. The man was telling us this is his first time being at a procession like this. He says he's seen some others from afar, but he wanted to be close to the procession. He wanted to pay his respects. He says he's thought about in that moment that he might be saying a prayer. He said it's important for the community to just come out here and wrap their arms around the family and other law enforcement and to pay gratitude. We spoke to him a short time ago. I believe we have a little bit of his interview about why it was important for him to be out here today.
I just think it's good to show the respect for Officer Kendall and all officers and all first responders, and also show our support. I think it's they put their lives on the line every day, every shift that they have, and I just think it's important to show support.
We also spoke to a woman from Brookfield, as I mentioned a little earlier. She said this is now her second procession that she has been a part of and watched come by here. She's from Brookfield, so this is kind of the route. And she had a connection, she said, to Officer Peter Jerving the last time around. A friend of hers knew him. And she said this time she was so moved by what happened then that she also wanted to be a part of this today. Both people we spoke with say they don't care about the weather. They don't care about the storms that may come. They will stand out here, put their hoods up, and watch and say thank you as that procession passes.
I'm curious whether, I mean, we're going to have thousands and thousands of Harley Davidson riders in town. I don't know that you've seen any there yet, but I have to imagine there is going to be an impromptu pulling over of the bikes to show respect from a group of people known to show their respect to law enforcement. I don't imagine you've seen any there just yet on Barker Road.
We've seen people passing by and waving on motorcycles, and probably more than we may have seen on a normal day. I would imagine if they are over here that they too would pull off the road and stop and pay their respects here. These roads will be shut down as this procession passes. So I imagine a lot of people will stop what they're doing for the day just to take a moment, a somber moment, and grieve with the family for a man many of these people did not know, but have all been touched by the incredible work that law enforcement does each and every day.
Absolutely, and the road's still open now if people want to get over there now in anticipation of that. Ashley Sears, thank you so much for waiting out in the rain for us at Capitol and Barker.
Yeah, this is an emotional day, and we're also checking out their. We're at Elmbrook Church, and Elmbrook Church graciously offered their space because there's so many people that are expected to be there. Mary Stoker-Smith is outside of the church, and Mary, you've seen some people. Governor Evers, we know, is in attendance. Who else have you been able to make out who's arrived?
Well, we know just everybody who can cut to the funeral. As we have mentioned, people still have to serve and protect jobs to do, but many members of District 2, where Officer Corder, of course, lived, if you will, ranked. We also hear that the honors have been going on now maybe a little bit longer than expected. That may be an indication of why the service has been a little bit delayed. Commanded staff, the honor guard, the honors apparently have just wrapped up, and I have just been told that they just closed the casket for Officer Corder, and the flag was over the casket. That has just happened, and so they're looking to start the services right now. Send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you very much. And with that, the service is about to begin. We will bring it to you in its entirety.
It has started. Let's listen.
Thanks for all your servants who have laid down their lives in the service of our community. Grant to Kendall your mercy and the light of your presence, and give us such a deep sense of your righteous will that the work which you have begun in him may be perfected. Through Jesus Christ, your Son and our Lord. Amen.
song singing, Lord, I will lift, I will lift, I will lift mine eyes to the hill. I know that my help comes from you. And your peace, in time of storm.
Milwaukee police officer Kendall represented the very best of us. He was a public servant who loved his career and the solemn duty that he and his brothers and sisters in blue take an oath for, to serve, to protect our community. A role model for people in neighborhoods that have faced historical challenges. But Officer Corder met those challenges head on by becoming a member of our police department because he knew, like so many of the brave men and women serving, that if you want to see change, then you got to be change. A son, his police badge, number 3509, proudly pinned on him by his father. That very same badge his father wears right now, at this moment, in this temple. He was the pride of his family because he was selfless, making a career, answering a call a call to give back to our city. A member of our community, a brother, whose relationships and acts of charity have been shared by those who know him best. A friend from high school who he'd call daily to check in. A bar owner whose establishment he'd visit, taking care to make sure that the women working there got to their vehicles safely after their shifts. A partner, his partner, Milwaukee police officer Christopher McRae, who was also injured and who we also all keep in our thoughts and keep in our prayers. He knew all too well and shared in Officer Corder's bravery. Officer Kendall Corder's funeral today should serve as the mightiest of testaments to our community that we must, all of us, each and every single person here and beyond, respect and honor the brave souls putting their lives on the line, walking into harm's way, answering the call to protect all of us. It doesn't matter where we live. It doesn't matter what we look like. It doesn't matter the conflict we're involved with. We owe that to all of them. Today, we honor Officer Corder's legacy. But let's be clear. He honored us. He honored us. Through his service, through his bravery, he served with honor, just as his fellow officers serve with honor. To Officer Corder's family here with us, we can only imagine the pain, imagine the sorrow, imagine the heartbreak that each of you are feeling now. This is that same dread that families fear when their loved ones leave home each and every single day. We want them to come back. We want them to come back safe. But know this, the entire city is mourning with you all today. Everyone is. So let us thank Milwaukee police officer Kendall Corder. May his life, may his memory, his service, and his honor be a reminder and also a blessing to us all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Milwaukee Police Department, I'd like to thank you all for being present to honor our fallen brother, Brother Kendall Corder. As a kid, I thought I knew what a hero looked like, dressed like, even behaved like. I watched plenty of cartoons and movies that show acts of heroism and of great deeds. Individuals who wore various masks, spandex clothing, a wide variety of capes and boots that always mark the person as a hero. I firmly believe these pictures, these movies or shows, as an accurate depiction of a true hero. That was until I became a Milwaukee police officer. While our local heroes do not wear some colorful costume or go by a corny name, we do share some of the characteristics with these Hollywood-created characters. Honor, dedication, the love of our fellow man and woman, courage, and most importantly, sacrifice. Those of us who proudly wear the uniform, especially our Milwaukee Police Department uniform, are true heroes for putting our lives on the line each day and each night that we go out into our community to serve and protect. For those brothers and sisters who have given their lives in service to our community, like our fallen brother Kendall Corder has, they are superheroes, and I'm thankful for their service and selfless commitment to our community. I last met Kendall at a community event a couple weeks ago. I would like to say that when you see Kendall in person, you have to appreciate his presence, for he is as tall as he is wide. And with his larger-than-life presence, there was a quiet humility about him that made him truly special. He told me he was appreciative of my words that day, which coming from him, especially as an officer who put in the work in our community on a daily basis, doing the real work, he made me so appreciative and thankful for those words. What I was able to experience from him was genuine character, a loving soul, and a dedicated spirit. Those qualities turned my attention to his family. As I got to know you, family, I can see where he got his loving and kind spirit, that happy glow that can only come from a supportive and loving foundation. Randall, as I looked at that picture of you pinning the badge on your son, I saw in your eyes a look of pride and love towards Kendall. Also, the numerous family photos or vacations taken, the special family gatherings, or those simple moments of just enjoying each other's presence. I saw true family love in a bond of spirits that space and time could never sever. Cordero family, on behalf of the Milwaukee Police Department, please accept our deepest condolences for the loss of your son, grandson, brother, nephew, or godson, and know that we will never forget him. To his other family, his work family, District 2, please remember you're showing up, being present, walking the same pathway of service as our brother Kendall is our way of honoring him for his commitment to you all and to our community. Please remember in his own words as he described his experience of being a committed member of District 2 in our MPD family. Please play the video.
I love being a police officer. It's an exciting job. It's never a dull day. You never know what's going to happen. So that's one reason why I like being a Milwaukee police officer. Hopefully all of you in class will want to be a police officer one day. I know there's a lot going on, but by the time you're my age, hopefully all that is gone. Have a good day.
Dear District 2 family, please do not cry tears of sorrow. Shed tears of joy. Celebrating his life that he lived in a way that he loved most, with his family and serving with his brothers and sisters of the Milwaukee Police Department. As I close, I want to share a short poem. Our brother has been taken by author unknown. For our brother has been taken, gently laid to rest. Fate seems so cruel at times to take only the best. While those who care for no one are left to walk life's streets, bring less joy and sorrow than those whose path they meet. Our brother lives forever, if only in our minds. He'll never be forgotten, nor ever left behind. He'll stand before us always, as if to guide our way through all our tasks and duties, awaiting us each day. Our brother has been taken, and though we wonder why, we still perform our duties as days. Ten weeks go by. We travel where fate leads through days of dark or fear until we stand for our final roll call. Beside our brother there. Thank you, Officer Kendall Corder, for your dedicated service to our community. And thank you to all our Milwaukee police officers who are here or who are out in our community serving as we're holding this service right now. And also, thank you to all the men and women who don the badge in law enforcement, in fire, and EMS. Thank you to all those who came locally, statewide, and nationwide. You're all appreciated for supporting us in our time of need and loved for serving our respective communities. As in the words of our military brothers and sisters, as in freedom is not free, nor is public safety free. And our brother Kendall has paid the ultimate price for it. So I want to thank each and every one of you here today who selflessly wear the uniform. 365 days of the year, 24 hours a day, holidays included. Thank you for your service. Thank you for supporting our brother's family in their time of need. And may God bless each and every one of you. Milwaukee Police Officer Kendall Corder, rest easy, brother. We got it from here. Please stay safe and healthy. Thank you. God bless you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Aaron Mejia, the 2nd District, where our partner and brother in blue, Police Officer Kendall Corder, called home. Today we gather with heaviness in our hearts to honor and remember Kendall. We are devastated and we're shaken. We're left with a void that it's going to forever be unfilled. There's anger and sadness, and yet, in the midst of all of this, Kendall left a legacy that's never going to fade. To serve as a police officer is to devote your life to a calling. Every single time that we put on this uniform, we're reminded of what our calling is. We are the line that stands between chaos and order, and we're the ones chosen to courageously run towards danger, to be the guardians of society. That's what Kendall and Chris did on the evening of June 26th. They did this without second thought. They were sent into a situation that most people would have run away from, and they did it without hesitation. Kendall's life was taken away. Chris was shot and injured without either of them having a chance to defend themselves. I grieve this loss so deeply along with all of you, and grief is what's drawn us here today, but so does remembrance. I've had the honor to get to know his family and some of his closest friends, and you all had a part in shaping Kendall's life and sharing him with the world. Your pain is unimaginable, but know that the world is a better place because of who Kendall was. Every circumstance in his life led him down the road that he ultimately was on, and although we would do anything to have him back, his purpose in life was bigger than anything that we understand right now. The amount of lives that he inspired, that he impacted, that he saved, it's immeasurable. I hope you all know how much Kendall wanted to do right by you. He loved all of you, his family, his friends, and it's easy to see why. You face this challenge in a way that most of us would never be able to. I've seen you all lean on God and on each other in a way that's nothing short of inspiring. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing your son, your brother, your grandson, your uncle, your best friend with the world and making it a better place. He would have given anything to wrestle with his nieces and nephews again, toss them up in the air. To protect the children, sometimes by being a little bit too overprotective of an uncle. To make silly TikToks just to see you laugh at him. He would have loved to play another game of darts with you. He would have beat you. Or call his friends and family and tell him that he's on his way over, so make sure you got some food ready for him. He was the very definition of what a best friend is, a brother. Raymond explained that when Kendall was a baby, he was always hungry. He woke every few hours, and that never stopped even through growing up. It was a common theme of his life. Kendall loved to eat, and that is very apparent by what I have learned to be called the quarter orders that are floating around out there. But what was bigger than his love of food was what every single person that I talked to described when they mentioned Kendall's name, that he was a beacon of light. He was a light that shone so brightly through his smile, his contagious personality. That light is never going to be dimmed. He himself is a story of how hope and perseverance, even through the darkest of times, can lead us down a road of transformation. A road that has bumps along the way, but it leads us to a place of beauty and peace where he is. Kendall talked to his partners often about some of the experiences that he went through that led him to where he was. Kendall talked about why he chose to do this job that he loved doing every single day. He wanted to take that positive impact that law enforcement, family, mentors had had on his life and pay it forward to a community that needed it just as much as he did. He changed his partner's mindset from negative to positive. When he responded to back up his fellow officers, he wanted to protect them. When he walked with an officer, Kendall walked first. He was physically a large, protective, strong, and powerful man, but he felt that same way internally about protecting his coworkers, his friends, and his family, even though he was a gentle giant. When he first entered the Milwaukee Police Department, he was assigned to District 2. He made sure that all his coworkers knew where Grandma lived and said, "Grandma, they know where you are. They got you." Chris, you, sir, are a warrior. I don't ever want you to lose sight of the fact that you and Kendall were placed in each other's lives, and you each made each other's life better. The pain is so intense, there's nothing that is ever going to replace Kendall or make sense about this. To lose Kendall is to lose a piece of you. You bravely walked alongside Kendall when you were called upon, and you're going to continue to walk with him as your guardian for the rest of your life. There's nothing more that you could have done that you didn't do that night. You did everything you could to protect Kendall, and you are a living testament of strength and resiliency. And I am so grateful that you are still here with us. We love you, and we are grateful for you. To my District 2 family, there is an honor attached to being a part of District 2. From the officers to the community that comprise it, it's a known fact that District 2 has a reputation of being a family. I often heard of it being described as the best district in the city to work for. The first day that I walked through those doors, I did understand that. You are an inspiring group of people that I am lucky enough to now be able to call my family. I was told by those closest to Kendall, who were not police officers, how much he loved to be a part of District 2. He would tell everyone he was lucky to be assigned here with the best coworkers in the city. He bragged about his friends that he worked with and the community that he served in the district. How supportive everyone was, how they helped him be a better officer and a better person. He would never, ever want to work in another district. His coworkers became his friends, and he wanted nothing more than to protect all of you, no matter what the cost was. He was the epitome of what everyone would want on their team. He had big dreams in life that were just starting. He wanted to travel, relationships, becoming a member of the Tactical Enforcement Unit. Those dreams were taken away from him. He would have not only been successful in his dreams, but he would have far surpassed what he knew what he was capable of, because that's who Kendall was. Members of the Milwaukee Police Department in District 2, please remember when you feel like quitting, remember why it is that you started. We will live on through Kendall's legacy through our work, and we'll continue to move forward. When we're called upon, we'll go. As Kendall lived to serve, he answered his calling when he heard, "Whom shall I send?" Kendall said, "Here I am, send me." I don't have the answers on how to move forward because there is none, but we will, because it's our responsibility and our calling. More importantly, it's Kendall's wish for all of us to protect this community the way that he loved to do. I want to take just a quick moment to thank the Milwaukee Fire Department, their staff at Frederick Hospital, and our civilian staff from communications dispatchers. You are not forgotten during this time. We thank you for the effort you put forth to try to save Kendall and tend to Chris during his injury, and we know this has a profound effect on you. We thank you for tending to our family in time of crisis, even at the cost of your own peace. The overwhelming support we've received from the community is incredible, and I want to say thank you for each prayer, each kind word, and each gift that you've provided to us. Officer Kendall Corder, no one warned us that loving you so deeply would make us grieve even deeper. That in our hearts, you brought immeasurable joy to this world, only one day to hold unbearable sorrow. We are going to focus on the light that you provided to us. We are undeniably better for knowing you. As his best friend stated, we know Kendall's in a better place, but we're selfish and we want him here with us. Until we meet again, rest easy, Kendall. Isaiah Corder, badge 3509. Squad 2253, you are now relieved from your watch.
Now, Father, as I stand before your people, I thank you for wording my mouth, giving me inspiration and direction that will increase and give comfort to the family and to those that are here today. We don't take your presence for granted because we know through you we can do all things. So we thank you for your strength and your presence that's here with us. In Christ Jesus' name I pray, amen. I was asked by the family, and thank you for the honor, to share a word of hope today in this most unfortunate time of sharing. And so I'm going to the Word of God, 1 Thessalonians, the 5th chapter, the 9th and the 11th verse. It says, "For God hath not appointed us to wrath, but to obtain salvation by our Lord Jesus Christ, who died for us, that whether we wake or sleep, we should live together with him. Wherefore, comfort yourselves together and edify one another, even as also ye do." I want to just take a few moments and minister from this text a brief message entitled, "The God of Comfort." The God of Comfort. The 11th verse of this passage again says, "Wherefore comfort yourselves together and edify one another, even as also ye do." That word comfort in the Greek is parakleo, and that word simply means to console, to encourage, and strengthen by consolation. When you look at the dictionary's definition of the word, it is to give strength and hope to ease the grief or trouble. Now, it's an interesting word because comfort is the root word of comfortable, which will help you understand how important it is. Of course, comfortable is affording or enjoying contentment and security free from vexation or doubt. I'm an older man. I started ministry over 40 years ago. And many years ago, I used to work in a shoe store. And I can say, as I have gotten older, I enjoy being comfortable now more than any other time in my life. I worked for this shoe store. It was called Odd Lot. It was on 3rd and State, and it was described in its name. It's where all of the different shoes that would come that were rejected in the factory or rejected for regular retail, it would come to the Odd Lot store. And so we'd get a lot of different sizes and shoes that were beautiful, and many of them I liked, but they didn't fit me. But because I wanted to look good, I crammed my foot in them anyway. Even though I was uncomfortable, I looked good. But as I've gotten older, comfort has become more important to me than even looking good. I don't know about you, but don't let this black fool you. I use a lot of dye. I've lived many years. I stand at the bottom of the stairs now, and I try to figure out, did I come down or was I going up? If you don't understand that you haven't lived long enough to where you wake up in the morning and you don't just jump out of bed, you figure which foot you're going to put out first. And as I've come older, I appreciate comfortable. I wear comfortable shoes now. My father used to sit in a particular chair, and I wonder why he didn't want anyone sitting in that chair, until I got older and realized that was his chair because it was comfortable. When I was younger, I could sit on a wooden plank, but now I like to be comfortable. People like comfort. As a matter of fact, as I've gotten older, and don't hold this against me, I really don't even like to be around people that make me uncomfortable. Because uncomfortable causes discomfort and annoyance, and nobody wants to be uncomfortably annoyed. But there are times where we cannot avoid being uncomfortable, especially when a loved one has passed, someone we love dearly, and they have been taken out of our lives. That can leave us with an uncomfortable feeling. And so what the Bible does, and what I'm going to try to do in these next fleeting moments, is to speak to death in its most comforting way. One of the first things Jesus addressed when he spoke his message on the side of the mountain, which we entitled the Beatitudes, one of the first things Jesus addressed was, "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." It was so important to him that he put it at the top of his Sermon on the Mount. And then, as he continued to encourage those that followed him, in the book of John, the 11th chapter, the 26th verse, he says, "Whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die." Now, that can be confusing to you if you don't understand the meaning of the text. You see, the death he was speaking of was an eternal death, to be subject to an eternal misery in hell. And then Jesus asks them the question, "Believest thou this?" You see, that's where comfort really begins. It begins where you believe. I'll say that again. That's where comfort began. It begins where you believe. You see, in the book of John, the 13th chapter, Jesus had expressed to his disciples on 3 occasions that he would go to Jerusalem and he was going to suffer many things and he would be put to death. And they really didn't get it. So at the Last Supper, he knew this would be his last gathering with them. This was the supper where he identified his betrayer. This was the supper where he explained to Peter that he would deny him 3 times before the morning comes. And so while Jesus knew he had to leave them, he didn't want to leave them uncomfortable. And so he tells them in John, the 14th chapter, "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go and prepare a place for you. And if I go," the 3rd verse, "and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, ye may be also." Jesus did not want his disciples to be uncomfortable with his transition to the right hand of the throne of God. And so he tells them in the 16th verse of the same chapter, "I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever." And then last but not least, he says, "I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you." And so, what is our responsibility to each other when we can't bring our loved ones back? Our responsibilities to each other then is to comfort one another. As a matter of fact, this was a concern from the text that I chose that the church there in Thessalonica had. They had a situation where they thought Jesus would come again and return while they were living. And then their loved ones and their believing brothers and sisters begin to pass and transition into eternity. And so Paul wanted the Thessalonians to understand that death is not the end of the story. The great hope for all believers is the resurrection. And so he writes this to them in 1 Corinthians, the 4th chapter, the 13th through the 18th verse. And I'll read it quickly for your hearing. He says, I would not have you ignorant, which means I wouldn't have you not to understand, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not even as others which have no hope. For if we believe, and there is the key marker right there, if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so, them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the angels, archangels, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain. And I hope y'all can bear with that little tune in my voice, because I'm a Pentecostal preacher and I'm starting to feel what I'm saying. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the cloud to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. And then he tells them in the 18th verse, wherefore comfort one another with these words. God is a God of comfort. So there are two things as I prepare to close. I usually have 3 closings, but I'll stop on the first one today. But God, there are 2 things he does as a comforter. The Bible tells us in Revelations, the 2nd chapter and the 12th verse, it says, I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. So the first thing we have to understand is God keeps a record of your works. He knows all the sacrifices you make. He knows all the challenges you've had to endure. He keeps a record of your works. But not only that, the Bible says in the book of Psalms 58 and 8, thou tellest wonderings, put my tears into a bottle, and are they not in thy book? So not only does God keep a document on your works, but he also keeps a document on your tears. He knows every tear. He knows why you cry. He knows what has made you cry. He knows when you've been wronged and have to cry. He knows when you lose a loved one, it causes you to cry. But he keeps a record of everything that makes you cry. And the Bible says, and I want you to understand, he knows about your tears. And if you didn't come here with tissue today, or if there's no one to give you any clinics, he says in Revelation, I shall wipe away all their tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. God will not only keep a record of your tears, but he'll wipe them away. And so as I prepare to go to my seat, I'm reminded of one of the most outstanding apostles in the Bible by the name of Paul, who was able to write the many apostles to those that were Gentile in their background and followings. And Paul, he had had a son which was called Timothy, and he wrote to him twice. The first time he writes to Timothy, he's in a very relaxed situation. But the second time he writes in Timothy 2, he's in prison, and he knows he's facing Nero's chopping block. Nero has burned Rome, and he has blamed the Christians for burning Rome, and so he was persecuting them and killing them. And Paul knew that he wasn't going to see his counterpart again, his spiritual son. So Paul writes his last will and testament to Timothy in the 2nd chapter. And he tells Timothy, I have fought a good fight. Yeah. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. He knew his days were coming quickly to an end. And he did all that he could do. When we heard about Officer Kendall, we heard that he was in the hospital for 3 days fighting, trying to stay here, but haven't had a greater pull on him. But I can say this, Officer Kendall Corder, he fought a good fight, and he finished his watch. Henceforth, there is laid up for him a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give him at that day. This is what Paul said about himself. I just put Kendall there. And not to me only, but to all those that love his appearance. And so I promise you, in my second closing, as I go to my seat, I want to leave you with a few comforting words. According to the Bible, Matthew, the 25th chapter, it says, when the Son of Man shall come, and all of his glory and his holy angels with him, they shall sit upon the throne of glory, and before him shall be gathered all the nations of the world. And he shall separate them one for another, as a shepherd divides the sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, and the goats on his left. And then he shall say unto them that are on his right hand, come, ye blessed of the Lord, of my Father, inherit a kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. God prepared a place for him, for Kendall, before he ever got here. And I want you to know, they asked the question to him. He said, for I was hungry and you gave me meat. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you took me in. I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited me, and so forth. Then the righteous would say to the Father, saying, Lord, when would we see you hungry and feed you? When did we see you thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick and we helped you? And the king shall answer and say unto them, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, you've done it unto me. And Officer Kendall was going into the face of danger and helping those that needed help. We didn't know that he was doing it also, and God was keeping a record. Wherefore, comfort yourself together and edify one another with these words. Father, I thank you for being a God of comfort. And even though we can't express and explain how we feel, we know you already know. And so to the parents of this fallen soldier, to the family of this man who gave his life in service, when nobody else is around, when nobody is talking to them, speak to them and comfort them, because you indeed are a God of comfort. Thank you.
We
Today, we remember with gratitude the life of Kendall Corder, and we give thanks to God for those things he did to make our world a better place. Through his service, may our dedication to serving others be deepened, and may our eyes be lifted to that which is eternal. Scripture tells us to be joyful in hope, patient in affliction, faithful in prayer, and to share with the Lord's people who are in need. But how does a grieving parent, a loving grandmother, a dear brother and sister, and other close family, friends, and co-workers find hopes in the midst of such affliction? It can only be found through God's love, which we see in a grieving family that comes together to support one another. In every seat in this church, on every corner, and on every street along the procession routes, in the long lines of visitation today, in the countless hugs and well wishes, and in the countless prayers that have been offered by family, friends, and those who do not even know this family. This is where God's love can be found in the actions we take toward our fellow man. 1 John 3:16 tells us, this is how we know what love is. Jesus Christ laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for our brothers and sisters. Thank you, Kendall, for laying down your life for your brothers and sisters and showing us Christ's love. Law enforcement is a unique endeavor. Some would say it is a profession, but most involved would say it is a calling. There are few undertakings so noble as the protection of your community. It is defined by service and attracts those who truly believe they can make a difference. For those of us involved, we could never imagine doing anything else. There are many who enter into this profession and serve with distinction. There are a select few who soar above the rest, as Kendall did. Officers, every day you step into uncertainty with courage, knowing that the risks you face could alter the course of your life or even bring it to an untimely end. This is courage not born of fearlessness, but rather of a resolute commitment to duty, a steadfast belief that the welfare of the community outweighs personal peril. This is courage that comes from the heart of a servant leadership that Jesus taught us when he washed the feet of the disciples and when he went to the cross on our behalf. When tragedy strikes in the line of duty, the loss reverberates far beyond the immediate circle of family and colleagues. It is felt deeply by the entire community, as we have witnessed these past 2 weeks. The badge that once symbolized hope and protection is now marked with a black band, which becomes a solemn reminder of the ultimate sacrifice made in its name. In moments like these, officers are bound by shared grief and an unyielding resolve to honor their fallen brothers and sisters. And at the heart of this camaraderie lies an unspoken promise to preserve the memory of their fallen brother and continue the work that they so valiantly pursued. This collective spirit, though born of sorrow, becomes a beacon of resilience and dedication, proving that even in the face of loss, the mission remains steadfast. Kendall was the embodiment of what that mission of law enforcement aspires to be, as we read in Psalm 82. Defend the weak and the fatherless. Uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked. The protectors, the exemplars, the unsung heroes of their time. Officers, today you must be well versed in psychology, social services, crisis intervention, suicide prevention, just to name a few things. You are asked to be a part of the worst things that can happen in a person's life. To tell someone their loved one has just died unexpectedly. To counsel a marriage that has been in trouble perhaps for longer than you have been alive. To find a place for a homeless individual on a sub-zero night when all the beds and all the rooms are filled. And the list goes on and on. But who cares for you, the officer who must take this all in? You, the officer who simply wants to survive your shift and go home to your loved ones. You, the officer who simply wants to complete your career and then enjoy retirement. One answer, thankfully, lies with the citizens of our communities supporting law enforcement officers. We know you are there. We know you support us. We appreciate you. We see you. thank you for being at our side. Officers, remember that you wear the badge not just as a symbol of your God-ordained authority, but as a testament to your dedication to justice, fairness, and humanity. You are the individuals who can be relied upon in moments of chaos, the calming presence amid turmoil. Your strength lies in your ability to confront the grave realities of your profession with dignity and unwavering resolve. Kendall understood that his commitment to his community demanded more than mere duty. It required heart, compassion, and an unyielding sense of purpose. It was not the uniform or the badge alone that defined Kendall, but the depth of his character and the courage he displayed in the face of adversity. Every call answered, every wrong confronted, and every life touched spoke volumes of his dedication to a cause greater than himself. Kendall's legacy is not only in the lives he touched or the dangers he faced, but in the quiet moments where he offered a kind word, a helping hand, and a presence of reassurance. These moments are the invisible threads binding the fabric of trust between law enforcement and the community. For those of us who knew Kendall, our pain is still raw and at times unbearable. We say to ourselves if we could just have one more minute to say goodbye, to let Kendall know how much he has impacted our lives. But alas, that is not possible. All we can do is honor Kendall by carrying on his legacy and by leading our lives and its example for others to follow. As we gather here today, united in shared grief and shared gratitude, Kendall's memory becomes a call to action. To you, his fellow officers, to continue the mission. For the community to never forget the sacrifices made. And for each of us to champion the values he upheld. Officers, let this shared grief transform into a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to honor the sacrifices of Officers Charles Irvine, Michael Mahalski, Matthew Rittner, Mark Lenz, Peter Jerving, Kendall Corder, and all officers who have fallen in the line of duty. Strive for excellence in service by holding fast to the principles they live by and by ensuring that their service was not in vain. The streets they once walked, the places they once protected, and the lives they once touched are all infused with the memory of their courage. My dear brothers and sisters, when you face days that are overpowering, when you may be faced with despair or wonder if the job is worth it, just stop a moment and remember. Remember the day you received your acceptance letter. Remember the day you put on the badge and were sworn in. Remember the day you pulled over your first traffic violator. Remember the day you made your first arrest. Remember your first pursuit. Remember the day you realized that becoming a police officer was one of the greatest accomplishments of your life and that you couldn't imagine doing anything else. And remember that Kendall and all those who have performed their last act of valor would give anything to do it all again. To Raymond, Rosalind, Rayanna, Deshawn, and all of Kendall's family, there are no words capable of providing sufficient comfort. You have lost a beloved member of your family that cannot be replaced, but know that you have gained a new family of blue. We pledge our undying support and promise to be by your side from this moment forward. Today we pay tribute to Officer Kendall Corder, but it is not the last day we will remember his service and sacrifice. His name will be etched not only upon police memorials, but in our hearts forever. For many generations to come, after we are all gone, Kendall will be remembered for the sacrifice he made, but more importantly, for the life he lived. His service will never be forgotten. God bless you, Officer Kendall Corder. May you rest in peace. Well done, good and faithful servant. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming, everybody. I want to thank you for that. A special thank you to the Kendall's family. Thank you for your friendship. I was fortunate enough to meet Kendall. Maybe I should introduce myself. My name's Steve Kaminsky. I'm a retired City of Cudahy police officer. And I was fortunate enough to meet Kendall when he was 14 years of age. I was a SRO at Cudahy High School. And when I first came across Kendall, my first contact with him, I was in awe just by his physical stature. Kendall, for those of you that don't know, when he was a freshman in high school, he was about 6'3", 220 pounds, but had just a fantastic smile. It was a contagious smile when he walked into a room. I watched Kendall grow up over a 4-year period. I seen him on a daily basis. And our friendship developed way, way more than any other student I ever had contact with. From our first meeting, we developed that friendship. And he would often come to my office, and we would talk about his daily activities, his school day, his desire to better himself academically, and his desire, great desire, to ultimately play sports at Cudahy High School. He wanted to represent the high school. He wanted to do that with honor. Kendall knew that I worked out in the morning before school started, and one day he asked me if he could join me early in the morning. I look back and I wish I wouldn't have said yes, because he pushed me beyond my limits. He drove me harder than any coach I've ever had, and he was a student. Kendall started his sports activities when he was a junior in high school. It took him a few years to really get into the groove, but when he developed that, he was a 3-sport athlete. He wrestled, played football, and ran track. Kendall was the kind of guy, he would knock your cleats out, knock you out of your cleats on a football field and put a hand out, extend his hand to help you up. I think some of his coaches told him not to do that. I recall the first time Kendall won a track meet, and I was speaking with his track coach who's here today. We shared some information, but Kendall won a track meet, and he was so proud he wore the medal to school the next day. Nobody did that. Kendall had that medal on. He wore it with pride, the same way he wore his badge. There was a short period of time when Kendall stayed with my wife, Renee, and I. He stayed at our house for a short period of time. And during that period of time, I learned more about Kendall. The respect that he showed while at our house and his willingness to help around the house, I never imagined that would happen with a young student like that. He showed nothing but respect. I didn't want to share this story, but the last day Kendall stayed with us, I was driving him to school. Him and I were going to go to school, and he packed up some of his belongings. And as we were leaving, he said, "Officer Kaminsky, I'd like to say goodbye to your wife, Renee." And I said, "Yeah, okay." And I went to the bedroom. Renee was getting ready for work, and Renee walked out to the kitchen. And I went into another room for whatever reason. And when I came back, Kendall was giving a big hug to my wife. And I looked at him, I said, "Kendall, I'm still here." That entire school day, he approached me like 3 or 4 times and says, they used to call me OK. "Hey, OK, I was just saying goodbye, right?" I sure hope so. Kendall left school, graduated, and he went on to junior college. And we still had some contact, not as much as I would have liked, but we did have contact. And he called me, and he expressed that he was very interested in law enforcement. He wanted to become a law enforcement officer, and asked me my thoughts on that. Asked me if he could use my name for a reference. Without hesitation, I said yes. Little did Kendall know, I use him for a reference all the time to other students. I often told other students at the school about Kendall's dedication to commitment, and wished that they would have that same commitment as Kendall did. I had asked many times for students to look up to Kendall, and they didn't have to. They knew that already. Kendall wanted to be the best, not necessarily in his competition, but in his effort. I wish we could all do that. To my brother and sister, first responders, all I ask is that you stay safe, stay alert, and be careful. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Detective Keith Miller. I had the pleasure of being Kendall's field training officer at District 2 when he first got on the job in December of 2019. My first impression of Kendall was, this is a big dude. When Kendall stood over me, I felt like I was Tom Hanks in the Green Mile, and Kendall was Michael Duncan. And as I got to know Kendall, I realized that he carried a warm, soft, gentle heart, just like Michael Duncan. Over the 6 weeks I trained him, there were several occasions Kendall showed me how soft and loving his heart was. From the way he kindly interacted with the children we came across to his desire to always back up coworkers in times of potential dangers. Kendall's heart and compassion were always on display through his determination, protective nature, and his big smile. Kendall cared a lot. At times he cared so much that I couldn't believe how dramatic he would get, doubting himself to the point where he would question everything. But then I realized something. Working with Kendall reminded me so much of myself. Just like Kendall, early on in my career, I questioned whether or not I was good enough. I would second guess my decisions a lot, and I even considered quitting at times. I never wanted to make a mistake because I didn't want to seem incompetent. And that was Kendall. He always wanted to do the right thing, even when others weren't looking. He cares so much, and to anyone lucky enough to know him, you know how beautiful that care felt. Like many field training officers, I always told my recruits that when their field training was complete, they could still always reach me, no matter the time of day. If Kendall didn't know something or was just unsure what to do, he'd often reach out. Even when he knew he was handling an investigation appropriately, he'd still seek my opinion. He trusted me, and that trust grew more and more over time. I was blessed to train Kendall, but even more blessed to become friends with him. He didn't just learn from me, I learned from him. Like when he first used the word meticulously. I can't recall ever hearing that word, therefore, I swallowed my pride and asked Kendall what that word meant. Kendall, being the person he was, gave me the exact definition without judgment. To verify the information was correct, I can't lie, I used Google and did a Google search, and the definition he gave was verbatim. Over the years, we spent time together, occasionally smoking cigars, having drinks, and playing bar games. Kendall was very competitive. When it came to the games we played, he kicked my tail every time in darts and pool, but I defeated him in checkers. Just right, simple memories. I can't recall any bad memories with Kendall, other than when it came to food. I remember one time we went to Buffalo Wild Wings and I offered to pay the bill. I should have had him order from the kids' menu. Because once he knew I was paying, he ordered approximately 20 wings at regular price. Kendall would take the shirt off his back to warm others. Some of the news stories this past week have helped highlight how impactful Kendall was in his community. He was a hero before he even put on the department's uniform. And although Kendall is no longer with us physically, spiritually, we know that he and other fallen officers are watching over us, all as they guard heaven's gates. Sorry about that. Kendall was a hero. Kendall is a hero. Our fallen officers will always be heroes, and they will never be forgotten. Before I conclude, I want to acknowledge another hero, Police Officer Christopher McCray. You are a good man and a true friend of Kendall's. You are in my prayers, and if you feel like you did not protect Kendall, I can assure you that everyone here begs to differ. We are grateful for your heroism. You gave your brother a chance to live despite impossible circumstances. I say this from the bottom of my heart. I'm overjoyed that you were able to make it home, and we are all so grateful that you are in Kendall's life. I hope that when the time is right, you will share some of your memories of Kendall with others. Please remember that you are not alone. To finish, I would like to say rest in peace, Officer Kendall Quarter. I promise I wrote this as meticulously as I could for you. I love you, my friend, and your memory will live on forever. Thank you.
We know that you feel like you may have lost a friend on today, but we want to remind you that you have a friend in Jesus, and he too can give you comfort. He'll give you peace. What a friend we have in Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything.
course, we have come to the conclusion of this time of sharing, but not our love and our comfort to the family and for our entire police, for the entire police department of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We want to continue to undergird you in prayer and to hold you up in these difficult times. I'm going to give us our last benediction, and you will get further instructions as to what will follow. Father in heaven, we know that you are a God of every circumstance and situation. There's absolutely nothing that catches you off guard. You know our risings, our downfallings. You know our future before we even walk in it. And so we trust you in these difficult times. We trust you in these difficult days to guard us, to order our steps, give us your word of comfort, and to keep us forever grateful of the servant that we honor today. Now, as we prepare to leave this gathering and go to the internment, protect us in our travel, the procession, from freak incident, accident, danger, seen and unseen. And we thank you for being a God that we can trust. And now unto him that's able to do exceeding abundantly above all that we could ask or think, according to the power that worketh in us, unto him be glory in all the church by Christ Jesus, throughout all ages, world without end is my prayer. In Jesus Christ's name I pray. Let every heart say amen. I'm going to ask those that will give instructions to thank you for giving.
Okay, so what's going to happen now inside the church here, as you can see, the portion of the service is not going to be aired, so we will cut away from that. And just to recap, what was an amazingly beautiful and at times quite hopeful service. And that is what the intention was, to not only speak to the officer's family, but to speak to a community that is grieving at the loss of yet another officer. In this case, another young, bright, well-respected officer who had an amazing future in front of him. And how do you reconcile that? And how do you say it's going to be okay? Well, services like that are the first step. Finding comfort. If you're a person of faith, finding comfort in God. God will comfort you, and you need to comfort each other. And that's what we're doing as we gather today, both in person and on the airways. That's one of the reasons we're bringing you this entire day uninterrupted, because it is part of the whole grieving process for a community that has been hit so hard.
And Bishop Darrell Hines speaking, his bishop, from 1 Thessalonians, the God of comfort. That was his message, that we must edify one another, console and encourage. You're seeing the honor guards, the officers there. What's going to happen is that officer quarters casket will leave the church. There is what you will hear the last call, where you will hear his badge, his squad, and given the last call, meaning that his service has concluded.
And you heard a little bit of that from Chief Jeffrey Norman, but it's when you hear it through the sound of the dispatcher is when it gets you in the middle of your throat and upper chest to hear that that is the final end of watch.
We got a little bit of officer quarters humor. We learned that he had a healthy appetite and he exercised it. We heard from his training officer. We heard from the school resource officer whom he met when he was 14 years old and really had an impact on his life.
Steve Kaminsky, a retired Cudahy police officer who was the SRO at Cudahy High School. And he talked about many of the things I told you he was going to talk about. I've talked to Steve a number of times this past week, and I thought he gave a wonderful tribute to that young man. I did not know that he had lived with him and his wife, Renee, but I did like his training officer said I took him to Buffalo Wild Wings, and I should have made him order off the kids menu, because once he found out I was paying, he got the 20-piece off the adult menu.
Quite pricey. Chief Norman, we also heard, and he said, our brother, we forever will hold him as our brother, never forgotten or left behind. Our brother has been taken. We wonder why we still prefer and perform our duties as we go by in the coming weeks, but very emotional at times. We also heard from his captain in District 2, Captain Mejia.
Captain Erin Mejia was also wonderful. Everyone who spoke was. And she talked about what a beacon of light that he was, that he shined so brightly through his smile and personality. And this speaks to who he was. He wanted to pay forward the mentoring he got. The mentoring he got from other officers, the mentoring he got from Officer Kaminsky at Cudahy High School. All these people who were influential, the coaches in his life. He was a 3-sport athlete in high school. All that mentoring he got, he wanted to pay it forward. And he said, she went on to say, he made sure everyone in his district knew where his grandmother lived. I love that, as if to say, don't worry, Grandma, we got you. Anytime, day or night. All of my brothers and sisters know where you live.
You are their grandmother as well.
Yeah.
The captain, the chief, and also his training officer also spoke about Officer Christopher McCrae, who was wounded. He was his partner that night when they were ambushed, saying that you did everything you could to protect Kendall, and our hearts are heavy for him as well, because this has got to be especially emotional and difficult for him, because he was with him that night in that alley. And the message to him is that we will be here for you. We wrap our arms around you, but do not think for one moment that you failed Kendall.
And that was so important, and it's so important to say it publicly. You know, it's one thing to say it behind the scenes, saying you didn't, but to say it publicly. You're a hero. You are a hero. You did everything you could that night. And the officer, the training officer, went on to say, I was overjoyed to learn that you were going to make it home that night.
Let's talk about the procession. And often when we have these goodbyes, these homegoing for officers, members of the public line the route so that they too can show just how important this officer was. From Elmbrook Church, the procession heads north on Barker Road to Capitol Drive, and then about 4.5 miles east to Wisconsin Memorial Park.
It's a 20-minute drive in traffic, but I think it's going to be a little less than that. They're clearing both of those roadways, Barker Road to the north, and then they're going to clear Capitol as they head east. So you see it there, and it is a little more than 9.5 miles, not as the crow flies, but as the procession will go up to Capitol east over to Wisconsin Memorial Park, where Officer Corder will be laid to rest in a private ceremony when he goes into his crypt. That'll be with family and close friends only. But the symbolism of the 300 to 400 to 500 squad cars from across the state, the Midwest, even the nation, the symbolism in there is we're going to carry you, our brother, as far as we can, and then we're going to pay our respects and let you be with your family. But it is a symbolic wrapping of the arms around the family to say, hey, we're going to escort you there. We've got you not only today, but going forward.
And we're grateful for the weather. These officers, the attendees at this funeral, would have been here regardless, but we did have a downpour earlier as people were approaching Elmbrook Church. It looks to be clear, and we're thankful for that, because we want as many people as possible to be able to come out and say their goodbyes.
And these funerals have happened in all types of weather. I remember Officer Rittner a few years ago. He was killed in February of that year of 2019, I believe. And it was a very cold day, and people stood along the side of the road in respect, and they stood outside the church as a sign of respect. Today, it's a little easier to do. It's a pleasant day. As we take a look right here, people continuing to line the route. You see people, this is on Barker, just outside the church right there. This is from where camera where Mary Stoker Smith has been reporting from, and Bria Jones all morning over there at Marks Park.
He was someone who, from the very early ages, wanted to help. We heard that from everyone who spoke of him, that he wanted to help, and that's why the services were held at Elmbrook Church. He was not a member there. He was a member of Christian Faith Church, Fellowship Church in Milwaukee, but they simply just needed more space to allow for this service to welcome as many people who wanted to be there. And so Elmbrook Church, which has done before, offered their services, offered their facility to honor this officer.
And to make sure that those who wanted to offer them could do so in a space that could hold them. And that is a huge, huge church. If you've ever been inside, you know it's almost arena-like in its presence, because it is a well-attended and popular church. Some of our co-workers attend services there and know how big it can be, and so they know how to throw something that is larger than your average funeral, and this certainly is. As you see one of the fire trucks along the route, along the procession there with the American flag that will fly over the procession as the procession actually drives underneath that. I also want to talk about what George Papacristo had to say today, the police chaplain from MPD, who talked about every seat in that church today, and on every street corner, and on every inch along the procession where people have gathered. That's where God's love can be found. So when we see this, keep that in mind, that this is all these people. That's the sign of hope, of love. And he talked about courage born of commitment to duty. And it comes from the heart of the servant. And that's what Kendall Corder was. He was a public servant, one who had a more dangerous job than many public servants. But he knew that. He knew the risk. He went to the academy right in the midst of 4 officers dying in the line of duty. He was not naive about the dangers of the job, but he said, you know what?
And didn't become hardened by it.
Not at all.
Hearing from his training officer, always wanted to be the best officer that he could, always in contact with him, was this right? Did I do this right? Because he cared that much.
And that's the thing, caring. He really cared about people that he was serving.
And let's listen just a little bit to see where we are in the next part of this, the procession. Going back to some of the stories that we've done this week, one in particular regarding the honor guard, and they say they have to be stoic. They're defenders because they are guarding that officer until it is time to send him into his next life. So Officer Corder has been accompanied by a person in law enforcement since the event happened.
No one's left his side.
No one has left his side.
If you're just joining us, if you're just coming home from work on a Friday and tuning in, you're watching Fox 6's special coverage of the funeral for Officer Kendall Corder, and his funeral just wrapped up a few moments ago. If you are just tuning in, if you haven't had time to join us, I want to show you little segments of today's service, and we're going to start with this clip of sound from Police Chief Jeffrey Norman. So here's what he had to say at the beginning of the service today.
Our brother has been taken by author unknown. For our brother has been taken, gently laid to rest. Fate seems so cruel at times to take only the best. While those who care for no one are left to walk life's streets, bring less joy in sorrow, though those who path they meet. Our brother lives forever, if only in our minds. He'll never be forgotten, nor ever left behind. He'll stand before us always, as if to guide our way through all our tasks and duties, awaiting us each day. Our brother has been taken, and though we wonder why, we still perform our duties as days and weeks go by. We travel where fate leads through days of dark or fear until we stand for our final roll call.
Chief Jeffrey Norman visibly emotional as he delivered his remarks. He's done this too many times, and each time a prayer that this is the last time. The mayor of Milwaukee, Cavalier Johnson, also spoke and reflecting on the sacrifice that this young officer made.
Kendall Corder's funeral today should serve as the mightiest of testaments to our community that we must, all of us, each and every single person here and beyond, respect and honor the brave souls putting their lives on the line, walking into harm's way, answering the call to protect all of us. It doesn't matter where we live. It doesn't matter what we look like. It doesn't matter the conflict we're involved with. We owe that to all of them.
Mayor Johnson there also speaking today from District 2, Captain Aaron Mejia, who says, "We are left with a void that will never be filled, but he left a legacy that will never fade." And I think that's so important to remember. Just like we're mentioning the names of Officer Jerving and Officer Mahalski, and you name it down the line, Officer Lenz, they won't be forgotten because they were serving this community when they died. Let's hear more now from Captain Mejia, who had some wonderful things to say.
His purpose in life was bigger than anything that we understand right now. The amount of lives that he inspired, that he impacted, that he saved, it's immeasurable. I hope you all know how much Kendall wanted to do right by you. He loved all of you, his family, his friends, and it's easy to see why.
Just speaking of that working relationship, but a personal relationship, and Captain Mejia said that Kendall Corder often said he was the lucky one to be in District 2 because he felt it was the best district because they got along.
Yeah, and I love what she said here. He was the definition of what a best friend was. Yeah. Can anything nicer be said about a person than that? She spoke to the people in District 2. I've seen you lean on God. I've seen you lean on each other. Hers was a message both of a celebration of this young man and a compliment of the life he lived and the officer he was.
And but that was the tone of, I think, all the speakers.
Yes.
It's like, let's comfort one another.
Yes, but also, yeah, exactly. That's what the point I was going to get to, Murph, is that the message of, we need to lean on each other here, and we need to be there for each other. And you know that they will be. They're there for each other today. They've been there for each other every minute since June 26th, that awful Thursday, 2 weeks ago from last night. And then it was just a month ago from last night that the other officer was shot at 46th and Hampton. So June was a pretty bad month for police officers here. Fortunately, that officer who was shot at 46 and Hampton left the hospital the next day on crutches.
And Officer Corder has been given full honors to recognize the sacrifice, his service. And so you will see his coffin, the flag-draped coffin. You see the honor guard there assembled. He will get that send-off. He will be interred at Wisconsin Memorial Park, which is also another honor where he won't be very far from two other Milwaukee officers who gave their lives. Peter Jerving and Mike Mahalski also buried there. You're seeing a little bit of movement as the honor guard members are getting in position for now their parts in the service. Let's go now to Bria Jones. She is positioned across from Elmbrook Church to give us another vantage of what is going on, what she's seeing. Bria.
Well, Kim, we are continuing to see more and more people coming out to line the street here along Barker. I just want you to take a look now. We at least probably have about 24 people here right now. they are just wanting again to pay their final respects to Officer Kendall Corder. I spoke to a woman earlier she said she lives on the other side of Elmbrook Church. She said that she just knew that she had to be here because she wanted Kendall Corder's families to know that they are not alone during these dark times. They want the family, as they leave out of this funeral service, to come out to the street to see their faces. They want to wave, they want to pray, they want to just give them a glimmer of hope as they head into these next few dark days. I had a chance to speak with a mother who actually brought her 12-year-old son out here. She told me that she is a law enforcement daughter. She said that she used to pray that her mother would safely make it home every single night. And she understands what this family is going through. She says they have a courage, they have a strength that she does not have, but she understands the magnitude and the heaviness of this loss that they are experiencing. And you're kind of seeing the people looking over this way because it appears there may be some sort of medical emergency happening behind us, because people, they have been out here for hours at this point. Most of this crowd, they've gotten out here just in the last 30 or so minutes, but there was a woman out here holding an American flag and a Back the Badge flag for at least since 10:30 this morning. So again, a lot of people out here just making sure that they pay their final respects to Officer Kendall Corder. They know that as soon as his body leaves Elmbrook Church, they want to be out here welcoming in the family with smiles and waves and prayers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Bria. And as George Papacristo said, that's where you see God's love, along the procession, along the route where people are showing up to show respect. In a few seconds, we're going to take you to Ashley Sears, who was along the procession route right at the intersection of Barker, where it turns east to Capitol toward Memorial Park. But Murph, so many moments in this.
And people who truly knew him.
Yep.
You know, I imagine that there was no shortage of people who wanted to speak. Sometimes, you know, in our own personal lives and someone passes, it's like, oh, who's going to speak? And you have to like pull teeth to get someone to come and say something. This was not the case. This officer was beloved by everyone that he ever met, even as early as when he was in high school, forming a connection with the school resource officer. I mean, I don't know how many, you know, teens do that. You're trying to kind of avoid the, you know, school resource officer.
Right.
He gravitated toward him.
And that was really the spark to get him into law enforcement. Mary Stoker-Smith has been outside of the church all morning long, joining us on earlier newscasts. And now, Mary, I know you were listening along. What struck you most about that ceremony that we just watched here on Fox 6?
How could you keep a dry eye when you heard Chief Norman talk about the character of Officer Corder and also his experience with him and the interaction, but also the heartfelt tribute that he was paying to him? I mean, that really came from the heart. It was such a moment, and it was also interesting just to hear about what kind of a person he really was. Yes, he was an athlete. Yes, he was larger than life, but he was also this gentle giant who you knew had your back. And as a law enforcement officer, at the end of the day, when you're going out there on the streets and you're running into danger, what more could you ask for? He truly was the real deal, as so many people said. He came ready to go. It was just such a moving tribute. I thought that it was just so reverent and so wonderfully put, coming from the heart. It was just really lovely. And as you mentioned, Ted, earlier, when you hear the dispatcher give that last watch, chokes me up every time. You just stop what you're doing and you think about that. And you think about what the family is going to be left with, those last sounds. His legacy, obviously, though, touched so many people, and that includes the community. Bria mentioned we had a little incident right next to us. There was a woman who's been here all morning. We got here about 11 o'clock. She was here before we got here, presumably, holding a flag. And she just, it appears, passed out. She hit the ground just before you came to me. And so she was loaded into an ambulance. It appears she's okay. But she wanted to show her support. She wanted to show the community that we need to support our officers, say thank you, and pay tribute in any way. It was a pretty dramatic sight. But luckily, a lot of law enforcement ran over here to aid to her, and she was taken away in an ambulance. Again, appears she was just okay. But it's gotten really hot and humid out here. So it appears that she was just overwhelmed. On a final note, it is interesting. Once the service ended, the sun came out. Once that service ended, the sun came out right here in front of the church behind me, Elmbrook Church. And I heard somebody say that was for him, and I'm sure so many will echo those sentiments, that this was for Kendall, the officer who we have grown to know, we have grown to love, and who we proudly honor today, and who wore badge 3509 with such courage and bravery.
I wanted to ask you about that because you're out there and there, you're covered, but Bria had an umbrella, Sam had an umbrella, Ashley had an umbrella, and now it's time for the procession, and it seems the skies have cleared. If you believe in signs, that's a pretty legit one.
He deserves it, yeah. Mary Stoker-Smith, thanks. We'll check back in with you as that procession starts. We want to turn now to Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson, who's also, you watched the ceremony with us. What got you? What touched you?
Well, I think we've heard people like Mayor Johnson and Chief Norman speak publicly so many times and in difficult situations after officer-involved shootings, after homicides, things like that. I don't know that I've ever heard Chief Norman get choked up the way he did as he was giving remarks. Yeah. Mayor Cavalier Johnson had poignant things to say. We heard from Captain Mejia from District 2, but Chief Norman really paused a number of times. He caught himself. You could see him wiping tears. Clearly, this was, he read a poem, I think it was called Our Brother, that was written for fallen officers, and he really struggled to get through that. I mean, long pauses. And I think if you were watching that and that didn't move you, boy, you're not feeling anything. It was really something. I think that's probably what stood out the most from the service itself. But we also saw they were playing videos and showing photographs. You really get a sense of someone beyond the officer, beyond the guy behind the badge.
He was love.
He was he looked like a guy you want to hang out with, right? Like a lot of fun. But we also heard them talk about how he was this larger than life, like physically big, intimidating guy. Loved food, loved to eat food.
But never used that to intimidate.
But
instead, he was the opposite.
Ted, you used the term earlier, and then I also heard Captain Mejia, gentle giant. And maybe that's a cliche, maybe we've heard it before, but he's this big guy, intimidating guy, but also had a smile on his face. We really got that personality. And one thing stuck out to me. There was a video of him at the 2025 NFL Draft, chanting "Go Pack Go." That was just recently.
Wow.
And
Just in April in Green Bay.
Just in April. What strikes me about that is, what's a draft? It's all about the future.
Yep.
He was there watching the future of the Packers. He'll never get to see any of those players who were drafted take a snap for the Green Bay Packers. But you saw the personality of the officer who's being honored today, even beyond
a young
the badge.
Officer, 32 years old, has so many dreams and ambitions yet.
And I just have to wonder if Chief Norman, and I don't want to play dime store psychologist here, sees a lot of himself in Officer Corder. Young man of color.
Wants to advance.
The chief is a physically imposing man himself, wanting to advance, coming up, knowing that there are young people in this city who are going to look to them as role models.
Cut short.
And maybe he saw a younger version of himself, and that's why it's moving him so much.
All right, we also have some officers that are starting to leave and assemble. Here, we want to go to Ashley Sears. Ashley, this procession, it's going to take a minute for people to organize and, line up accordingly, but what are you seeing from your vantage?
At Barker and Capitol, outside of a Toyota dealership now, where a few people have gathered out here to pay their respects as this procession goes by. I'm joined here right now by Christy, Sam, and Harper, who came out from Waukesha to pay their respects. Just tell us the importance of being here and why you decided to stand along Barker Road here.
I just think it's such an important day. This officer risks his life every single day to protect us in the community. And it's just very sad. It's a very sad day for the family, the community, and everybody. Police officers do so much for us, such an honorable career. And just his life is just too short. And we just wanted to be here.
As we were speaking earlier, you became emotional talking about Officer Corder. This is a man you never knew.
Right.
Just tell me the feelings right now that you're experiencing.
Well, these police officers just have this love and this drive to just want to get out there and protect everybody, and that's what he did. And as I understand, he was, only an officer for, a handful of years, like 6 years. And it's just so emotional that they just do this every single day because they love us and they love the community and the people.
Sam, you were saying this was your first time being out at a procession like this. You're holding a flag. You brought your 9-year-old daughter, Harper. Just tell me what you want her to see and kind of what you're trying to teach her with this moment.
Yeah, I mean, bringing her out here is really important because we have to let our kids know that the police are here to protect us. We have to pay our, condolences to the family, to the community, to the, Milwaukee Police Department. It's just super important for her to understand that they are here they're on our side and they're here to protect all of us, as a community.
And Harper, tell me about just being out here. What do you want your friends back at home to know, and kind of what might you be thinking about when this procession passes by?
So I want my friends to know that police will always protect you and your families, and
and it's an important message. Thank you. And guys, I mean, just tell me, how long will you stand out here? Will you stand here for the whole procession?
Yeah, I mean, we'd probably stand. I mean, I feel like it would be kind of, what's the word? We just want to be here to give our support and, see it all through.
Let them know how much we love and respect them.
Yeah.
We were speaking about just how many officers have died in the last few years. Is there a message?
I mean, it's just one too many. Nobody should have to fear going to work and never come back. So I have friends that are in law enforcement, family members who do this, and so it's kind of like you never want to say your last goodbyes, and you never want to have to experience this personally.
Thank you, ladies, so much for being out here. Very emotional today as people start to line up here, but obviously everyone wanting to be out here to pay their respects to Officer Corder. Back to you guys.
Ashley, this is the first time we've gone to you all day that you haven't been under an umbrella with a barrage of raindrops on you. Again, I don't mean to make signs where there aren't signs, but you got to think the sky's being cleared so more people will gather to show their respects.
Yeah, I had that moment sitting in the car as the funeral started to come to an end. The sun began to shine out here, so it almost seems like it's otherworldly that is happening as this procession will pass by here.
We need that comfort, Ashley.
I'm going to get personal with you here, Ashley, because I saw you interviewing Harper, who's not much older than your daughter. What message do you want the community to take from this day? From you're talking to that young girl, and I thought this is like you talking to your daughter, who's what, 5 now?
Yeah, 5 years old. This is heavy stuff for kids to take in. And even speaking to my own child at home about what's happening, she watches the news, she's seen the images, and she said, oh, that's the officer who died. It's hard to explain that to a child, but it's also important to convey that message that these are people who are here to serve and protect, and no one deserves to ever lose their life.
Ashley Sears reporting. We're going to check back with you as that procession makes its way toward you on Barker Road. What you are seeing is that all the officers were gathered inside Elmbrook Church. They are now dismissing and they are now lining up for that ceremony that happens to mark the end of watch.
It's called, they are preparing for the final call, which an officer tells me is the hardest part of all this. And you can understand why.
And you hear the dispatcher who will then announce his badge number, his squad number, and clear him from
End
service.
Of watch.
End of watch.
Can I read this note I got from an officer in MPD who just says it is, you can talk for a second, Mark.
It's a difficult day. We heard from many who knew Officer Corder speaking about his commitment to the service, to the community. He wanted to be a police officer and was so concerned about always getting it right. And everyone who spoke says he didn't have to be concerned because he did get it right. Bishop Darrell Hines of Christian Faith Fellowship, his pastor, spoke and tried to offer comfort in this impossible situation. Speaking from 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, that this, if you are a faith person, that the God of comfort is with us to edify and each other and to console us and encourage us, not just today, but in the days ahead.
As we look at these sea of officers, and you can see from the hats, there are sheriff's deputies. Often in the brown shirts, they tend to be deputies. Blue tends to be police officers. Retired officers may be in the mix as well. I believe I saw a state patrolman. These are from MPD, but they're also from other districts around the state, other police departments around the state, around the Midwest. We mentioned before that 32 police officers have left MPD to go become chiefs in other cities, from Wrightstown to Baraboo to Horicon. All are run by former MPD lieutenants or captains or higher. I had to collect myself because I wanted to say this. I got a note from an officer who said, "It is beyond emotional to see the community grieve with us."
Yeah, and the community will continue to grieve in the days ahead and also offer support to Officer Corder's partner, Officer Chris McCrae, wounded in that ambush, able to attend this ceremony to say goodbye to not only his partner, but his friend. And he was remembered, and several speakers spoke to the support that they have for him and assuring him that he did everything that he could for his partner and to never, ever second guess that.
Called him out specifically to say, look, you're a hero, you did everything, and furthermore, we got you as we go forward. So this is, again, what you're seeing here, and if you're just coming home, you're just joining us, what you're seeing is Fox 6's special coverage of the services for Officer Kendall Corder, who passed away June 29th, 3 days after he was shot in what the police union calls an ambush shooting in District 3 at 25th and Garfield.
Which was not his own district.
Not his own district. He was assigned to District 2. The actual shooting happened in District 3, and he wasn't even supposed to be working that night. He picked up that shift. So it's just one of those things where it's just, you know, you just say, dang it, fate. That was just an awful chain of events. But I think if you talk to anyone, excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off here, what Captain Mejia said, he when they went to a scene, he led the way. He walked in front. He wanted to be the protector.
Yeah.
It was like, fall in behind me.
Right.
And so I can't speak for him, but if anyone had to be on duty that night, I think it was he wanted to be on duty that night. That's the sense I'm getting from him. It would be inappropriate for me to say that for sure, but I just get that sense from hearing about him.
Our Sam Kramer has been following this story. He spoke with officers out of town, New York, as far as New York, and the reasons why they are here. And it was no question. It's someone has fallen in the line of duty, and that's what the men and women in blue, they do. They support one another, and there was just this immediate outpouring and response. Sam is at the Wisconsin Memorial Cemetery, which has also been so good to comfort the family and offer
a permanent resting place.
A permanent resting place for them. And the interment ceremony will be a private, the last chance for the family and those invited to say their final goodbyes to Officer Corder. But on the way, the procession from Elmbrook to the cemetery, we will follow that and show you every moment of that.
Every part that we are allowed and invited to be at, we're going to be at, and then we are going to respectfully pull away as we've been asked to do, and of course we're going to honor that. But Murph, I want to emphasize again that this scene that is playing out in southeastern Wisconsin and has brought officers from all over the Midwest and indeed the nation, this has played out or going to play out 5 times since the night Officer Corder and Officer McCrae were shot. Because in that time, since the night of June 26th, 5 officers have been killed in the line of duty, from New Mexico to South Carolina to North Carolina. 2 of them died in car accidents, but 3 were shot. 1 was shot by an inmate in North Carolina as he was taking him for medical treatment. He was a jailer, and he was taking that prisoner for medical treatment. Somehow that prisoner got a gun and shot him dead. Another officer in Kansas who was with the state patrol there was going to apprehend someone who was lighting off illegal fireworks and had got fireworks that were well beyond what a civilian should have. And as he went to arrest him, that person pulled out a gun and shot him. So
here in southeastern Wisconsin, in the last 3 weeks or so, we've had 4 officers who have been shot. 3 belonging to the Milwaukee Police Department, 1 belonging to the Shorewood Police Department. But it is incredible. With each shooting, it's collectively we say, not again.
Yeah, and there's also the bureau head of the State Patrol who was shot apparently by a family member. We don't know. That investigation has not been fully completed, but they believe that he shot his mother and father, and the father, of course, was a bureau chief with the State Patrol. But
So the routes again from Elmbrook Church.
They're going to go north on Barker Road, and then they take a right at Capitol. I mean, it's a 1-2 thing. It's not a very circuitous route. It's just, and we see the governor there filing out there and other dignitaries. But it's a 9.5-mile route. It should take 20 minutes on a good day without a lot of traffic. Today, I think it'll take a little less because they're clearing Barker Road and they're clearing Capitol on a Friday at rush hour with the Harley reunion ride in town right now. So a lot of traffic is going to be at a standstill as soon as this gets going, but the procession cannot get going until we have that final call and the end of watch declaration, which will be happening here shortly.
Let's listen in and see if we, again, can hear a little bit of what's going on.
We are waiting for the declaration of final call. The final call, which will say badge 3509, end of watch. It is, as one officer described to me through a text a few moments ago, the hardest part and the most difficult part, because that's when the finality hits in. We've just gone 5 o'clock. We are in continuous coverage. Usually we'd be in FOX 6 News at 5 right now. So I am going to step down, and Ben Handelman, who is anchoring the FOX 6 News at 5 and 6 and 9 and 10 tonight, will be the next male voice you hear. But Murph, you are staying on. Thank you for being here along with me on this coverage today as we continue to wait for this. But this would be a good time to bring in Ben Handelman as we start our 5 o'clock hour.
Ted Perry signing off, but we have Mary Stoker-Smith, who's still outside in the field. She has been a part of our coverage outside of Elmbrook Church. We've got Bria Jones, who's also outside of Elmbrook Church, speaking with people who have just come to say that they want to lend their support to the community, to the men and women in blue. Our Ashley Sears is also along the route, and Sam Kramer is at the Wisconsin Memorial Park where the procession concludes. And with that, I welcome Ben Handelman to the desk.
Kim, you know what? I don't think my mic is on right now. I think what stood out to me during this service, you know who we heard from? A lot of people in Officer Corder's life who were at one point people he looked up to, his SRO officer, people who had trained him, his field officer.
Whom he still kept in contact with.
Every single person was someone at one point who was someone of a teaching role, someone who was definitely in a leadership role, someone who was older and that he looked up to. And what happened with every single one of those people? They became his friend.
His friends.
His field officer saying, well, I was teaching him for 6 weeks, suddenly I'm having cigars with him.
6 weeks, you know, you would see, for a lot of people, 6 weeks really isn't enough time to make a connection like that. But Officer Corder, from what we're hearing, was that person that when you met him, you connected with him.
Think about that SRO officer at Cudahy High School. I mean, think about the teachers in your lives, okay? How many teachers you look up to and they've put you on a certain path? But usually when you graduate high school, that's it.
That's it. He was 14 when he met him, 32 years old when we lost him, and still, all those years later, still, they were in each other's lives.
And people stepping up, you heard the SRO officer from Cudahy High School say, Officer Corder lived with him for a little while.
And sought him out. Hey, can I come and work out with you early in the morning? Like, wanted extra time to hang out with this resource officer.
We heard from his captain at District 2. This would be his boss. I mean, this would be the person you would not be friends with, talking about him like a child, like someone, obviously he's worked there for 6 years, not a long time on the force. I remember early on in my career, I didn't look at my bosses as my friends. I looked at them as, ooh, they control my schedule, they control where I'm going.
Yes.
But this is the kind of person that we've learned about with Kendall Corder, just person after person who got up to the microphone during this funeral service, who said, basically at one point, he was learning from me. Next moment, I'm best friends with him.
And also, we just remember his partner, Christopher McCrae, who was also wounded and was released from the hospital after that. But just the pain he must be feeling right now. And several speakers made it a point to say, you did everything. You did everything right. You were his friend, you were his partner, you were there, and we are here for you.
And you didn't let him down.
You didn't let him down.
And you're not responsible for this day and his death. You were the person that was meant to be by his side. There was nothing you could have done. I thought it was also interesting, Kim, there were several speakers who got up speaking to the mindset of the officers we're looking at on the screen right now, saying, I don't know where we go from here, but just remember this is always what you've wanted to do, because the people who are speaking, they know the doubt and the pain that police officers and first responders are feeling right now. And speaker after speaker getting up and kind of talking about that mindset of this is difficult. It's okay to have thoughts of quitting and not wanting to do this now, but just remember why you're in the uniform and you go back to why you're doing this.
You were called, and the ceremony started a little bit later. I believe like it was half an hour off schedule because there were so many people who were there for the visitation. And so that ran about 30 minutes longer. So the ceremony was supposed to begin at 2:30. It began at 3.
I'm actually impressed that it was only half an hour later. I mean, visitation starts at 11 a.m. There's a reason that this church was chosen for this service. Sadly, Kim, I don't know how you're feeling about this. This is deja vu. We have been here before. This facility, this church was picked because it is a very large church and it can hold hundreds and hundreds of people, and they're used to the logistics of an event like this. And they've done a terrific job, really. Just think of the hundreds of people that have arrived. This is not a typical funeral. Family members, they want to pay their respects to the parents and those closest. We didn't hear from the parents on the stage today. You just think how heartbroken they are.
Well, his father, because he lost his mother. And that hit me very deeply when one of his cousins, a family member, said, you know, as we're trying to make sense of this, as we're trying to console each other, we're trying to at least say that he will go on to meet his mother, that they will be reunited. And so we're trying to hang on to that as we console each other. But he has a father that he leaves, a sister, he was an uncle, he was a friend to so many people.
Just a touching scene we're watching out there at Elmbrook Church in Brookfield. Let's listen in as we're getting ready for a very emotional end of call here.
All uniformed personnel, stand by! That's it! Freeze it! Oh! All uniformed personnel, order! All uniformed personnel, ceremonial, movement! March!
Treason! Pull! Personnel! Order! Move!
And you see there the end of the ceremony, the funeral for Officer Corder, and now the procession.
Emotional moment after emotional moment. It got me, Kim, the moment they folded up the flag that was on the casket and you saw Chief Jeffrey Norman delivering it to the family of Officer Kendall Corder, and then that moment directly after that saluting Officer Christopher McCrae, who was injured in this shooting as he's sitting there in his wheelchair. You can see officers, they are wiping away tears right now as this procession is about to begin.
The end of watch, we heard a little bit of that, where the officer's badge is called, and they do it 3 times. And then after that, the squad number, and then it is the end of watch. And so it's very emotional to just hear that badge number called 3 times with no response.
And now there's another chance for the community to thank this officer for his sacrifice as they are lining the roads. We are going to go north on Barker Road and then east on Capitol until we get to the cemetery in Brookfield. About a 20-minute drive on a normal day. They're going to shut the roads down. And there are people that are gathering right now along the procession route. We've been worried about the weather all day long, and it is held out for this procession to take place. We don't have to worry about the weather right now.
And then you can see the motorcycle officers who are now lined up, who will begin that procession. They're going to Wisconsin Memorial Cemetery. And once there, that's really where the public then ends its goodbye. And Officer Quarter's family then will continue on to the internment site, and they will have a ceremony there, private.
And we have seen people just showing up with American flags, and they're standing by right now. They've been waiting out there for hours. These are people who did not go to the funeral service. They've been waiting for what is about to happen next. In this group that you're seeing down below, officers from all across the country. We have met officers from New York City, Connecticut, Colorado, Texas. Illinois has sent a big contingent. There are officers from all around the state of Wisconsin. And so we are about to see their squad cars, many of them with the names of the cities that they represent in this procession. We're expecting hundreds of cars to be part of this.
And they will be. And you know, just a little bit about the funeral service itself. We heard from his captain, Captain Mejia, and she said the world is a better place because of Officer Quarter. It was his purpose in life, and that he understood the dangers of it. He was a beacon of life, and he's never going to be forgotten, and that life, that light will never be dimmed.
As we had this cameras, we're watching officer after officer, hundreds of officers come out of Elmbrook Church. Did you notice who one of the last officers to come out? It was Officer Christopher McRae.
Still in a wheelchair.
By his side, though, by his partner's side till the very end here, close, right by him, as we've talked about it, how many people have talked about how difficult it must be for him. And you can see the gut-wrenching pain of sorrow in his face as we're seeing these terribly sad scenes here as we're getting ready now for this procession.
We know that Governor Tony Evers was in attendance, but we didn't hear from him. But we did hear from Milwaukee's Mayor Cavalier Johnson. In fact, he was the first to speak about the incredible sacrifice and meaning of this young man's life, who was there to help someone else in need, and just that his legacy does not end with his death, but rather his legacy is in how he lived.
These were scenes that were once foreign to Milwaukee Police. This department went 22 years between an officer being killed in the line of duty in 2018. Charles Irvine Jr., Chucky, as he was known to fellow officers, died during a police chase. Michael Mahalski died as he was chasing and trying to apprehend a suspect. Matthew Rittner. Mark Lentz, hit by a car, died several years after that, was hit on purpose, according to the police department. Peter Jerving dying in 2018, and now we're adding another name to the list of fallen officers. I always think of Koo Her as well. Officer Koo Her, he did not get this. He was a police officer, 2019, had just clocked out of his shift and was killed by a reckless driver, so it's not counted as an on-duty death.
But he was in his uniform.
He would not have been in that spot at that time of day if he was not a police officer, because he was finishing his job. So when we see moments like this, I always think of the family of Koo Her as well. Let's go out to Mary Stoker Smith. She is out front of Elmbrook Church. Mary, it's just been so emotional. What's your takeaway been as you've been watching this from near?
The emotions compared to 11 o'clock when we first got here for the visitation to now are palpable. I mean, it was a reverence scene earlier, that reverence now coupled by emotions. As we heard MPD Captain Aaron Mejia say about Officer Quarter, badge number 3509, squad 2253, you are now relieved of your watch. We heard her say that during the funeral, but we heard the official proclamation coming in just after 5:45 tonight. And I got to tell you, on a busy Barker Road, you could hear a pin drop. You could feel the emotion. So many more people have gathered here as the service wrapped up and now the procession is about to start. I would say, as I look around to my left and to my right, just in my view right now, there are probably about 100 people here. It was a sparser crowd earlier, but now, of course, that crowd has grown, presumably people getting off work, but also so many people wanting to come and pay their respects here. We are waiting for that procession. And Ben, you made a good point. We are looking at 300, 400, perhaps 500 vehicles that will leave the parking lot right behind me. They will pass those flags that were put out on the 4th of July and left out now to mark a different, much more solemn occasion. In fact, they added flags there just to honor this fallen officer. So when those cars leave, there will be 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 people. We've seen a few leave already. And so that will amount to anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 people, all to pay tribute to this fallen officer, an officer that most people didn't know who came here, most people didn't know about, but now we feel as though we do know him. He's almost like part of us, part of our family, because we know how much this community meant to him. We know what it meant to him to wear that badge and to go out every day and serve and protect. It wasn't a job, it was his calling, it was his life, and it was truly, from everybody we've talked to, his passion. So it has been really a reverent scene here. We have started here, as you can see, the first cars. These are officially the very first cars leading the procession here. They are turning north right now on Barker Road. They're going to go down to Capitol Drive, all the way to Wisconsin Memorial Park, where Officer Kendall Corder will be officially laid to rest. About a 9, maybe a little 9, over 9 minute drive here for their 9 miles rather. And so they are just making their way in this particularly moving scene right now. You see the police, look at the sides of the car there. Now we are seeing officers from southeastern Wisconsin there. You see Muskego. We saw the MPD, a vehicle, leave just a little bit ago, but you're going to see some of the unmarks, and a lot of those unmarks too are going to be carrying officers from other parts of the country. We know that there are officers from New York, Connecticut, Dallas, Fort Worth, Colorado, not to mention Boston. People from all over the country have come to pay their respects. And in fact, we heard from an officer who said, it kind of sets me back when people say, why are you here? And he said, why wouldn't we be here? We know what it means to put on that uniform, run toward danger when most people are running away. It is our calling to serve and protect and keep the community safe. But not only that, provide the emotional support that the officers here are going through. They still have a job to do. In fact, talked to a few of the City of Brookfield police officers. They were right there. They are right there. They had left and came back. I said, what are you guys doing so close to the road? We said, hey, listen, we're on duty. We got to be able to move if there is a situation, because we got a lot going on. Obviously, it's a Friday night, summer in the city. And so these officers are ready to go at any given moment. Members of the fire department, also members, of course, of the Brookfield, City of Brookfield Police Department. They were very kind to come out and help a lady who had passed out because she'd been here all day holding a flag, and so they came right over, rushed to her aid. She's fine. She's back on the street right now to pay her respects. But so it's just been a very, very emotional day, and again, the emotions are ramping up. So we are going to keep our eye on this procession and dip back in as you guys come to us and give you more sights of this behind me as the cars are leaving Elmbrook Church.
Yeah, and I think some of these cars we're seeing
For
there
now, let's send it
are
back
going to
to
be
the studio.
Yeah, I think these are the traffic controllers that are about to shut down Barker Road and Capitol Drive. And did you see it was a team effort? I saw New Berlin and the Sheriff's Department. So it will be some of these other officers that are helping out kind of close down the road so this procession can continue.
The advance team, if you will. Bria Jones is also outside of Elmbrook Church. And Bria, what are you seeing? What are your takeaways from what you've heard?
Well, Kim, during the service, we heard Police Chief Jeffrey Norman. He said that Officer Kendall Corder paid the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. And the people here lying behind me, they are just wanting to show just an ounce of gratitude. I'll step out of the way. Take a look behind me. We have dozens. We have been out here since before 10:45. We have now dozens of people lined along Barker Road. We do know that Officer Kendall Corder's body will leave here from Elmbrook Church, heading towards his final resting place, heading down Barker Road all the way to Capitol, where there will then be a burial ceremony. But again, we have dozens of people. At last check, I counted about 35, and there has been at least another 20 or 30 people that have come out and lined the other end of Barker Road since I last counted. So again, the weather holding off. It was raining earlier today. It's still humid out here, but these people, they say they just want Kendall Corder's family, when they leave this funeral, when they leave this church, to see their faces. They're going to be waving, they're going to be smiling, they're going to be lifting them all in prayer. They told me, I spoke to one woman, she actually said she drove over, she lives just behind the church, but she said she wanted to be a part of this moment. She wanted Kendall Corder's family to know that they are not alone. So this is just what we're seeing out here. We're seeing people with their American flags just waiting for any moment now to pay their final respects to Officer Kendall Corder. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Bria, thank you. And so we're going to take you along the procession route. From Bria, we're going to go now to Ashley Sears.
Hey, Ash, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Ben. So we're on Barker Road here at Capitol Drive, and the road is still open at this point, but we're starting to see people move closer to the road here. We spoke to a few of them earlier today, a smaller group out here as they wait for this procession to go by. They say they never knew Officer Corder, but it was just so important for them to be out here to pay their respects and to show gratitude for those men and women in uniform. They brought their children out here today to have a message that these men and women are here to serve and protect, and they are thankful for the work that they do every single day. But we are waiting out here. We're hoping that this will go by soon. They say we're starting to feel some raindrops out here, but everyone out here said regardless of what the weather might be, they will continue to stand out here because it is such an important moment for them. Ben and Kim?
It's moving to see children there and their understanding of what has happened and what this means and how important law enforcement is.
And just telling people, yeah, the law enforcement protects our lives. Well, this really hits the message home. This procession will go to Wisconsin Memorial Park out there on Capitol. There's a live picture as the procession is lining up. I want to get out to Sam Kramer. Just so many American flags. These were actually put up for the 4th of July, Sam, and sadly they've had to keep them up now for this sad occasion.
Yeah, hi there, Ben and Kim. And what has happened in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so is that the dozens of people that have been lined up here since really 2 o'clock have moved from the north side of Capitol Drive over here to where we are in the median to just kind of get a little bit closer to provide their support here at the end of this procession route. Again, 9 miles as it's coming from Elmbrook Church all the way here to Wisconsin Memorial Park. You mentioned the flags. And Eddie, I'm going to pan over this way. The Brookfield and Milwaukee fire departments, looks like just Milwaukee, have risen the flag, hoisted it between the two ladders there. So all of the squads that are coming in this way will pass beneath that American flag. Again, a symbol of the service and the sacrifice that really we were saluting all day here with the life of fallen Officer Kendall Corder. There have been people out here patient, and we've talked about this unfortunate experience. That is the really sad reality, is that the officers, the honor guards, the chaplains, the pastors, they have experience in these funerals, right? So does the public. In knowing that they have to be here, they want to be here to show up, to kind of give their own term of a salute, to show that support to the family, which really will be one of the last things they see before they turn here into the cemetery, where they will have their own private ceremony again. No cameras there. Few members of the police department will be there as well. It is a very private moment for them. So everyone's been kind of watching on their phones, on their tablets, and kind of waiting for the moments, and it looks like it's coming now. So you notice traffic is still kind of coming. This is the westbound lanes of Capitol. Going to stay open, if I understand correctly. This is where this side on all the squads and that procession will pass right through here. It seems traffic may now be blocked as we haven't seen any cars in a while. So keep an eye here on the end of it, and we'll be here through the end of this procession, guys.
Sam, I want to ask you a question. You found officers from out of state who made the trip to Wisconsin. Tell me a little bit about that conversation.
Yeah, it's an enlightening one. We found a retired Chicago police captain and a current NYPD officer. NYPD, the biggest police department in the country. And the NYPD officer, Max Rodriguez, was fairly forthcoming in that badge, the patch he wears in his uniform, is recognized around the world. And they come to funerals like they get a lot.
Okay, Sam, we're having trouble. Sam, I'm sorry to cut you off.
It's such a big department, but
Sam, I'm sorry, we're having trouble with your audio, so we're going to try and fix that. We'll get back to you in a second. Well, let's go back to the front of the procession. So this is a live picture now from Elmbrook Church, as again, Kim, we're expecting to see hundreds of squad cars, and this is just a logistical challenge, really, for the Milwaukee Police Department to set this all up, as these officers have all come from out of town. So right now they're shutting down the road, and then eventually you are going to start, and it is really, really interesting to start reading the names on the side of the squad cars to see where some of these people have come from, because they have come from near and far.
Yeah, and such coordination. The Milwaukee Police Association really taking the lead on this and helping plan to help find a location that could host the services, to work with the cemetery, and just all of the helping the family as much as possible to allow them time to grieve. And so that is what you're seeing here, some of that coordination with the GO team in front that we saw leave about 5 or 10 minutes ago, kind of starting to clear that traffic so that this procession can move smoothly, uninterrupted, and get to Wisconsin Memorial Park.
Here's one of our Skyfox shots from right near the church, and you can see as they're getting set up some of the size of the flags that are along the route. Detective Keith Miller, he was the field training officer for Kendall Quarter, and I loved what he said. He said the first time he met him, you know what he thought? That is a big man.
Dude, he said big dude.
That is a big dude.
Yes.
And then he kind of related him to the character in Green Mile. Do you remember that character?
I do. Michael,
a big guy. I mean,
Duncan.
yes, you feared him at first because of his size, and then you got to know him.
Yeah.
And he was a big baby, basically, a big giant, just the kindest person. And he said that is who Kendall Quarter was.
We are grateful for the picture shared with us from the Max A. Sass Funeral Home. Pictures provided by Officer Quarter's family. From baby, from infancy, he had that smile in every single picture that was shared with us. That's what we saw. So we're now seeing, it looks like more vehicles, official vehicles, are leaving.
That's from the cemetery, so that's the end of the route. So I think they're getting ready sort of to like set everything up, because again, there's going to be logistics here. So we saw, I would assume it's like a GO team. You know, they go out, they shut down the streets. You can see traffic is still moving there on Capitol and on Barker, but they're in the process of shutting everything down. So this will take some time. You can see there's some officers who have been assigned to keep people back, keep people safe as these vehicles move by, because yes, it's just incredible once again how many people we're seeing, Kim, come out and spend their time to sit by the side of the road right here just to show the family and these officers that they care.
To honor the way he lived.
Yes.
I think one speaker put it. And I'm also just, it grips my heart that he has not been alone since he was injured. There has been an officer there. We saw the night that he was rushed to Frederick Hospital. Officers from different departments, they were there. They were standing watch. They were standing vigil, letting the community, his family, know that they're there, that they had his back. And that has been the case for this past week.
Let's get out to Mary Stoker-Smith, because now this procession is moving. It's coming right your way. Mary, what are you seeing?
That's right. You can hear it, and you can see it. The motorcycle officers officially beginning the procession right there in earnest. And you can see the numerous motorcycle officers making their way. This is always the beautiful start of it. Let me step out of the frame here because you can see that scene. Full lights, some sirens, and this is kind of the start of the envoy, as you will. A lot of the officers there in their cars, just waiting for the motorcycle unit here to lead them down this 9-minute drive as they are making their way north right now, as they pull out north there on Barker Road, and then they will make their way to Capitol, and eventually they will be going to the Wisconsin Memorial Park, where Officer Kendall Porter will be laid to rest. It is quite a scene. It is quite a sight. Take it all in. It's a sad day. It's a day that they hope they never have to come here to Elmbrook Church, because as I talked to a few earlier today, this is like deja vu. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that we said goodbye to Officer Jerving, and now you have Officer Kendall Porter, who will lie buried not that far from Officer Jerving and Officer Mihalski, all officers killed in the line of duty. You see the black, notice the black ribbon, the black cloth right there over the Milwaukee Police Squad right there. First I've seen of that cloth over there, but that cloth over many of the badges here today as they remember Officer Porter, a symbol, of course, of the reverence and of the duty and of the honor that they are paying toward him.
And Mary, so
there,
far,
of course, you were seeing the
sorry to interrupt, but the first officers that we're seeing from the Milwaukee Police Department.
Absolutely, and you saw the hearse there. Now these two buses that you're seeing are these two vans right here, these white vans. We were told by the Milwaukee President Association, the president of the Milwaukee Police Association, that those are the family members of Officer Porter in those particular white vehicles that you just saw right there. They are obviously one of the first to leave, and they will be going to the cemetery. This has been open to the public, the visitation today and the funeral, and now the family, as they make their way for the final burial, has asked for privacy. They will have moments of privacy and just moments between them, family members, to say goodbye to their beloved. He was known as such a great uncle, really, a great family member, a great brother, and so that's what we were just seeing, and now we're seeing some civilian vehicles, as you can see there. And as we talked about, some of the officers who are coming from other parts of the country, of course, who didn't drive, they're waving and accompanying their fellow officers here as they're leaving Elmbrook Church here in Brookfield. Steady stream right now. It's going along pretty well. We waited quite a while, and now those vehicles are making their way out in a pretty good clip there.
And Bria Jones is not too far from you, right? And she's also seeing these as people on the side are there waving flags and just, you know, showing their support.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the crowd here has grown exponentially from, I would say, right about 5 o'clock on right now. There's quite a crowd, people waving, people carrying their flags, people with hands on their hearts.
All right,
it's still very emotional out here.
Well, let's go up to Ashley Sears because it's heading your way, Ash. And one thing I noticed right out of the front of this, it's very fitting on a weekend where thousands are coming to Milwaukee to honor Harley Davidson. Who's leading the procession? A bunch of Harley Davidson's bikes, because that is what the Milwaukee Police Department rides. And there's so much community pride in things that we make here, and community pride in the people who work here, including these officers. So, Ash, what are you seeing from your location?
We saw those early police squads come through and shut down the road. And as we've been waiting here, we've seen some cars pulling off to this side as this crowd grows along here, holding flags. You see another car here pulling over to the side, holding flags and just waiting for this procession to come through. It's getting much larger. When we stood out here earlier today, I believe there were 2 people who were here when we first arrived. Then that grew to 5. I believe there's close to 12 people out here right now. But everyone out here just wanting to pay their respects to Officer Porter. We're waiting for that procession to come through here. Not quite seeing it yet, but we will certainly have those images for you when that arrives here.
From what we're seeing, Ashley, another, we're going to take it back here in the studio. Just look at just that sea of blue and red, the flashing lights as this procession makes its way to the cemetery.
Look at the dozens of Harley Davidsons right there. Just a powerful moment as this is moving north on Barker Road. Again, this procession, 2 roads here, north on Barker. Once they hit Capitol, it will turn east and head towards Sam Kramer at Wisconsin Memorial Park, where there's a giant American flag. But look, you can see there on the left, Kim, of just people. They've gathered all along the route here to pay a moment of respects to the police department and this fallen officer.
Let's talk 2 things on the flag. First of all, Governor Evers ordered the flag, all flags in the state, to be flown at half staff. That means from sunset or sunrise to sunset. So if you see flags that are lowered, that is the reason. Secondly, the presentation of the flag that was draped on Officer Quarter's casket. It's very precise the way the flag is presented, how it's folded, and it was just, it was another one of those moments that just gripped your heart.
This whole day is, and this is all about symbolism and respect and honor and duty and the history of this department. The first officer who was killed from the Milwaukee Police Department was in the late 1800s. An individual who was doing the rounds came across a guy he thought was suspicious. They actually never found the suspect who killed the first member of the police department. I believe the year was 1884. So there is some history with this department and sadly history of fallen officers. And this police department says when we lose an officer, we will never forget. And you can read the history of every single officer who has lost their lives in the city of Milwaukee. But there is, you can see it, some everything. It's just so emotional when you've realized the history behind the department and the job that these guys do.
But just the Milwaukee department, I mean, we want to wrap our arms around them, especially because they have suffered the shootings of 4 officers, I believe, in the last, or 3 officers in the last month. And each of those shootings, we could have had this scene. We have 1 fallen officer that we are mourning, but 2 other officers were also wounded doing their jobs.
And again, you're just seeing the people stop and waiting. Did you see earlier someone was putting the thumbs up? You're seeing people wave.
I'm wondering if we can hear a little bit of the audio of the, the cars. I know they don't have their sirens on, but just hear a little bit. It's one thing to see it, but just to hear it. Maybe there's no audio there, so we will just continue to take in those pictures. But we've got departments from all over the state.
And we'll try and read some of these departments. Maybe we can open up Mary Stoker-Smith's mic here too. And Mary, because now this procession continues to come out of the church. What are you seeing? Where are the officers from that you're seeing as they drive on by?
City of Mosinee, Mount Pleasant, the city of county of Racine, of course. Now we just saw Baraboo. Every single squad is from a different part of this state, and it's just been amazing to read all the names as we go there. There's De Pere over by Green Bay. We saw Green Bay. There's the State Patrol, Round Lake Beach, if you know where that is. That's another group of people coming to pay their respects. We have seen squad after squad after squad, and there's probably about anywhere between 3 to 4 to 5 people in those squads. Hales Corners, just showing you the number of people that have come out. Here's Oak Creek, as we have seen, again, local police departments, members of the Milwaukee Sheriff's Department, of course, members of MPD, but it's just amazing when you see the outpouring of support. People who have come from every single section. We've talked about around the country, but these are our local police officers right there, just coming out one after one after one. Sparta, that's over by the La Crosse area, the western part of the state. Another Milwaukee squad. It just doesn't end, and it just, your heart that is so heavy right now is full. Nishkoro, to see all this, Johnson Creek, they are sending as many people as they can to pay their respects and to let these officers know, we got your back. You're not alone. We know what you're going through. Sun Prairie, of course, by Madison. it's just overwhelming.
And
a lot
one
of them have
squad
been
after
holding their
another
phones
after
because they want to
another.
mark. Yes. Yeah, West Bend. And again, a lot of them, as I mentioned, just holding their phones and waving at us as well. A few of them just trying to take in the moment as they let this sink in after the funeral service that they heard, and now they are making their way to the cemetery. You can only imagine the conversations that they're having inside of their squads. Muskego, and it's just, you kind of wonder, Slinger, Jackson, how many of them are having conversations about what happened and about the everyday circumstances where they are putting themselves in the line of duty. We went, as you mentioned, over 20 years without an officer-involved shooting, and now there has been a series of challenges and a series of shootings in just a short amount of time. And so you think about the dangers that they're facing every single day.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can read some of these.
Yeah, we've actually taken a shot of the front here as the Harley-Davidsons that are leading the way, the motorcycle bikes. This is the front of the procession that we're watching right now. But Mary, you know what's amazing? As you're reading off the names, we should note these officers, they don't know each other. And this is the common link, the job that they have and the dangers that they all face when they put on that uniform. It's a common thread.
It really is. And only they know what it's like to say, I'm going to make it home tonight. That's my goal. Imagine leaving for work, and that's one of your number one goals. Yes, you have a job to serve and protect, but you also want to make it home alive. You put on the bulletproof vest, you put on the badge, you carry the gun, but it is not guaranteed that you're going to come home. And a lot of times it's just so unpredictable. You don't know the situation that you're called to. They know what this is like. And so they're able to talk, they're able to grieve together, they're able to really just kind of sort through their emotions. Physically, obviously, this has been a long day. It was a rainy day. The sun came out just as the funeral ended today. But the emotions there's still a dark cloud. There's still a lot of heavy emotions and angst about how many dangerous situations that they're in every single day. So it has just been a day full of emotion. And again, I'd say the emotions probably now are even higher than they have been all day. We see a little bit of a slowdown here as we see the procession coming out. They're coming out at quite a clip there, but right now just a little bit of a lag, because again, you've got about 300 to 400, probably even 500 cars coming out of the Elmbrook Church right now, we have been told. And obviously from many different departments, but obviously departments all over the country. So they have a lot to get to. All the way from Menasha, we see 2 squad cars there, to Manitowoc and Oshkosh. They're from everywhere. It really is a reverent tribute to pay respects to a man, as you mentioned, Ben, a lot of these officers never met, didn't know about, perhaps had never heard Kendall Corder's name until this tragic situation that ended his life 3 days after June 26th, when the initial thing happened. We were all praying, of course, for a better outcome. Christopher McCrae, his partner, suffered a foot injury. He was here today, and we hoped that he would pull through, but sadly he did not. And as we have learned so much more about Officer Corder, you couldn't help but smile when you heard some of these stories about his personality, his larger-than-life presence, but his extremely soft heart and his connection to this community and his willingness and his real desire and enthusiasm to serve, protect, and wear that uniform with honor.
And the support that we're seeing, not just for Officer Corder, but it's got to also be reinforcement for all the officers to know that the community supports them, the community realizes the tremendous loss this is.
Yeah, and they were saying that they were so touched, many I talked to, that people are just saying thank you. I think just the recognition to know that they are out there every day protecting us, that's really, really what they wanted to hear. And again, all this is such an emotional support for them to know that so many officers are here, probably exchanging numbers too, you know, exchanging texts. Hey, call me if you need somebody to talk to. Call me if you need a shoulder to cry on. And so it's just particularly emotional when the official declaration of end end of watch came just after 5:45 today, you felt the sadness, but you also felt, a bit of a relief that his family now can continue to bring closure and to grieve this decorated officer, just over 6 years on the force, 32 years old, who was a star in Cudahy, a great athlete, but also a great chess player and a wonderful uncle and a wonderful family member who brought so much joy to so many people's lives. He will be remembered, obviously, at this memorial service today, but also he will be put in a casket and put into a crypt here at the Wisconsin Memorial Park, and that's where the family will have a private ceremony after this to honor his life. But we have seen such an outpouring and this growing sea of people here. I can't tell you how many people have come out now in the last hour. We got at least 100 to my left right now, just standing, waving at police, hand on heart, some of them just very emotional, saying, thank you. We appreciate all that you do. It's quite a scene.
Mary, thank you. We're going to check in now with some of our other crews.
I want to go up the road to Ashley Sears because there's this procession. Again, it's a 9-mile trip that's going from the church to Wisconsin Memorial Park. There's been anticipation up the road. Ashley Sears, what's the moment like as this procession is now reaching you?
Yeah, the procession is now approaching us here on Capitol, and there is silence out here as these motorcycles are moving through Barker Road onto Capitol. The crowd out here has grown significantly. At last check, I counted more than 30 people out here, including employees of the Toyota dealership who have stepped out as well to pay their respects. But this is quite the sight to see with all of these red and blue lights.
Yeah, let's just take a moment. Let's just take a moment and listen to this, Ash, because this, as you said, this is an incredible sight. So they've made the turn now, as we just saw from Ashley Sears' camera. They are now heading east on Capitol, so they're just minutes away now.
Approaching Sam Kramer, who's at the cemetery there, and so as soon as he sees that convoy of motorcycles arrive, we're going to switch to that camera, but you see the folks who are gathered with the American flag, and they're just waving and showing their support.
And as Ashley said, I mean, everything just got quiet. These people had been waiting out there, some of them for hours. They've been chatting all day, and then as soon as the rumble of the police motorcycles started to come down the street, everything got silent. Look at this picture as we're looking live, Barker Road. These are all of the squad cars. This is way behind where Ashley Sears is, too. This is close to where the church is. So an incredible image as law enforcement are paying their respects to a fallen member, one of their own.
And it's not just today that they're paying their respects. The moment that an officer is injured, it goes out across within the, they've got a network. And so prayers started coming in the moment that Officer Corder and his partner were shot. Prayers and thoughts from departments all over Wisconsin saying, we've heard about it, we are praying You're in our thoughts. We're here for you if you need us. So this is just a continuation of the support that has been given to the Milwaukee Police Department over the last week and a half.
And one part of the story I don't think has been told enough, it is not just the officers who were by Kendall Quarter's side from the very beginning. There were members in that neighborhood where this shooting happened. What did they do? First, they called 911 when they saw someone with a weapon and there was shenanigans going on in their street. Who did they call? They called the police officers. But then when the shooting occurred, they rushed to help him. Right. And the police chief, from the very get-go, thank those community members. And here we're seeing, and these are a lot of people who live in Brookfield, don't live in the city of Milwaukee. They're paying their respects, but also in the city of Milwaukee, some of the people that were right by that officer's side from the very beginning, they were people who lived in that neighborhood.
Saying that they owe everything to Officer Quarter. They were frightened. There was a man out in front of their apartment threatening to shoot in the building, and they called for help, never imagining that it would end with an officer giving his life. And so they recognize the huge sacrifice that was made to protect them.
And in some of the court documents, Officer McCrae, after he was shot, he says he looked up and there was someone standing over Kendall Quarter's body. He thought it may have been the suspect. Who was that? It was just a good Samaritan who, like these police officers do every day, rushed to the line of fire, rushed right up to help him.
To protect the officer.
To protect the officer. So he was right by his side, and Officer McCrae saying it took him a second to realize what was going on because all of this was unexpected. But from the very get-go, there were people by this officer's side.
And to see Officer McCrae still healing. He was shot and had to go through surgeries, and he is still in a wheelchair, but he was there to see his partner, to continue supporting and protecting him.
And we've learned so much about Kendall Quarter today. One of my favorite moments today when they talked about his appetite. I mean, this is a big dude, as you were saying. One of the training officer described him, but the captain of District 2 called them quarter orders. These are big food orders. We heard from the police detective, Keith Miller, who was his field training officer, saying, you know, there was a time they had become friends. So he, at one point, was training him. Suddenly, there seems like best friends are smoking cigars together. They're hanging out. They go to Buffalo Wild Wings. And he brought this up in his eulogy today, which I thought was so fitting because it let us all know what kind of an officer this was. Says, well, the detective agreed to pay for the meal. Instantly regretted it when he ordered 20 wings at full price.
Like, okay, not the kids' meal.
So I believe that's a quarter order for you.
And Officer Quarter, we've been very lucky to have videos of him speaking about the joy in being a police officer. And it just, you saw those videos and you know that he did these videos on his own. Like, you know, he wasn't arm twisted to talk about what it's like, what it means to be a police officer. He spoke from his heart about the calling and what a joy it was to be a police officer. And you've got to imagine that there are young people who have seen that video, have learned more about him, and perhaps will be inspired to follow in his footsteps.
And so many people talked about his smile today, the big smile. And
from a baby, he had that smile.
And we saw it today in that video that the police department put out a few days after his death, too, where we're seeing the officer talk about how he was proud to be a Milwaukee police officer, and you just see this big smile. So here's a new image here from Capitol as we're seeing once again the motorcade arrive. So let's listen in again if we've got audio on this camera as once again a new image here for you.
We're roughly Capitol and Calhoun there. We saw the hearse pass by, so they're getting closer to Wisconsin Memorial Park.
9 miles. Do we have a shot from the beginning just to show you? I mean, we're nearing the end of this 9-mile journey, but I believe there's still vehicles flooding out of Elmbrook Church as well. As it looks like they have just left there. So
did you see the man in our last shot standing at attention, saluting as the hearse went by? That sums up what this afternoon really has been about, honoring this person, their life, and how they lived it.
And you can see there are cars that are kind of stuck in traffic, but this is a kind of day where I do not think they're going to mind, as they're going to wait for this to move on by. Again, as it moves up Barker Road and then east. So if we're at Calhoun and Capitol, we're very close to getting towards Sam Kramer and the end of the journey. Just to be an officer in this car and see person after person waving the flag and either giving you a salute or a thumbs up or a wave, that this has to be an emotional journey for every single one of these officers or deputies, or we have federal agents here in here as well. Maybe you're a special agent in the FBI. Just, it's got to be a touching movement for every single person who is in this motorcade right now. And
I've also been struck by officers that there was no time, a grief period to be off. The police, the city does not shut down. So in the hours following the shooting of officers Quarter and McRae, officers still had to report to work. They returned the next day. Some other departments were there to help and fill in the gap, but by and large, Milwaukee police officers still had to report to their jobs as one of their own was fighting for his life in a hospital and another wounded. You know, the job just doesn't stop.
No, it does not stop. The dangers do not stop. The call here, very ordinary for Milwaukee police officers. It was a shots fired call. That is something that officers every single night in this city, they respond to. And you just never expect this, even though we've seen, sadly, Kim, time and time again now, the realities of what it is to be a police officer in our country right now.
Some of the more public memorials, the squad car, officer quarters, and McRae's squad, was parked, positioned after the shooting outside of their district. And people all week have been coming, leaving cards and flowers and just showing appreciation and acknowledging the grief, the loss felt by the department, but especially from his district.
Bishop Darrell Hines, the church that this officer's family attended, gave the eulogy, and I thought he had a great message. He was saying this is the God of comfort. This is part of the process in the healing process. It starts today with obviously the funeral and the mourning, and all of these officers, the difficulties that they are facing now and in the days ahead. You said it, Kim, they have not had a chance to grieve. And some of these officers, it's a dangerous thing when it's go, 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 and you haven't had time to stop and realize how this has affected you. We've talked to mental health professionals that say it's so important to realize that. And trust me, the police department, they have the resources. They're going to make sure their officers are okay. And we hope that the officers who need the help and need just a second to breathe, maybe, need some time off, you need to take it, because it really can get dangerous if you don't.
And we hope that the community does not stop wrapping their arms around our police officers just because today was the burial, the funeral services. The officers are going to need a lot of time, and who wouldn't? If your coworker, someone in your profession is taken, their life taken. It's a 32-year-old man who wanted to be a father, and you saw that in the pictures. Great uncle, always, seemed to be surrounded by kids.
There's another shot. Look at this line of cars. This is a great shot because look how far we can see, how far this stretches. This is Calhoun and Capitol as they're making their way closer and closer where Sam Kramer is at Wisconsin Memorial Park now. And maybe we can open up Ashley Sears' mic again, who's farther down near the turn where these guys turn. Because, Ash, you got a great shot just a second ago. All those people, they're sitting in silence as they're watching these cars move on by.
Yeah,
It's moments like these where, you hold on to those that you love, and you see kind of, there's a mother like embracing her daughter out here. You realize how lucky you might have it. And really, there is silence out here as this moment is particularly somber. People just saying thank you as each and every one of these police squads pass by. Some people waving, and we're also seeing the officers wave back. And this means a lot to them as well, that there are people out here showing support for the men and women in blue. Ben and Kim.
Just a wave of sea of people as well that, more and more people, I think, are joining to see and support the officers as they pass.
And Ash, as you're sitting there along the street, it just has an unending feeling. It's just police car after squad car after deputy goes by.
Yeah, we don't see an end in sight out here. And people aren't leaving, people are staying here as each and every one of these squads passes. It seems as though hundreds have already passed, and looking off in the distance, it looks like there's hundreds more to come. And everyone out here just taking in this moment and saying thank you.
An incredible shot from Skyfox as we're getting very close to Wisconsin Memorial Park. Do you look at the line?
So the motorcycles, and there were, it seemed, 1 million of those, now followed by squads, and
it looks like it's to eternity. Every single light you see there, that is a police squad as it heads closer and closer here to the cemetery, where again, all these officers will go one way and the family will go another to have a service. Again, Wisconsin Memorial Park, a great gift to this family. The officer has a crypt. It has been donated, no cost to the family.
And, just the planning and all of that burden taken from the family as a way to support them. The Milwaukee Police Association, very instrumental in just making the arrangements. And now we are starting to see the crowds at Wisconsin Memorial Park, the cemetery there, and the first officers are arriving.
Let's listen as Officer Kendall Quarters hearse now arrives here at the cemetery. Those officers have gotten off. Sam Kramer's there. Sam, this is something we haven't seen on the procession so far. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so just within the last half hour to 45 minutes, the crowd here has grown really 2- or 3-fold. A lot of people have come over past the median here on Capitol Drive. They're on the grass outside at Wisconsin Memorial Park, and these motorcycle officers have all just parked their bikes. They're gotten off, and they're standing now at attention. As I'm looking down the street, it's hard to see because this crowd keeps fanning out into the street, but it looks like it's finally starting to approach here. And that volume change you guys mentioned seems to be happening now. We've got another station's helicopter overhead, and traffic still flowing on the north side of Capitol heading westbound. But the people that are here have quieted down. They've been watching their phones or tablets trying to see where this procession is. And then the arrival of these motorcycles has kind of brought a little bit of a lull as the public understands what's about to happen.
And we are getting a view from up above, and we can see officer quarters, hearse making its way there. And on each side, there is a motorcycle patrol, 2 on each side, emphasizing again that he has not been left alone. An officer has been there defending him until it's time to send him to his next life.
And here it's turning into Wisconsin Memorial Park, where members of the Honor Guard are also waiting at attention as well.
Officer Kendall Corder, 32 years old, was just excited to be a police officer and looked forward to the next chapters in his career with the department.
And a relatively new officer as well. So we'll continue to follow this as this ceremony for the family will begin. We have to talk about our weather quickly. We got to get to the weather office because we do have some severe weather that's moving through. I will say Harley Davidson at the Veterans Park, they've now evacuated that. So let's get to the weather experts as we're continuing to follow this. Now, we just got to quickly take a quick weather hit here.
Yeah, hi there, everybody. Sorry to take over on such a busy evening, but we do have a tornado warning now that has been extended into Jefferson County. So let's get into it. You can see it on the screen right there. We've been watching this line of thunderstorms for hours now, and it is finally approaching our area. So just to give you the latest here, that tornado warning does inch into southern Jefferson County, and it goes until 7:30. This is radar indicated rotation. So the good news is that we don't have any indication that it's actually on the ground just yet, but it is radar indicated. And you can see surrounding this area too that we also have a few severe thunderstorm warnings that extend into Rock County as well as the surrounding area of southwestern Jefferson County. So we are going to stay on here and continue to watch this cell. Now, Holly Baker, meteorologist Holly Baker, is manning the radar right now. So Holly, if we could switch over to reflectivity and just get right on into this. This is the line that is now approaching, not quite southwest Jefferson County at the moment, but it's just out towards the west. It is across parts of south central and soon to be southeastern Dane County, and then down into western parts of Rock County. And this is tornado warned, but I also want to mention this has a history of producing nearly 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds as well. We have had numerous wind reports even just a short time ago out towards the west. So it is tornado warned, but we really need to be prepared for strong straight line wind damage as well. There's a lot of lightning in this, and there is a lot of heavy rain. We also have seen over the last couple of hours every spot that's been under a warning, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, the flash flood warning has quickly followed. So there are a couple of threats with this system as it continues to move through. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour right now. And again, next up, as you can see shortly, is going to be southwestern parts of Jefferson County. Let's switch over to a rotation right now, or our storm relative velocity. And Holly, if you could just zoom in a little bit there on some of these brighter colors so you can tell as this is put into motion here, there were actually a few separate areas of rotation in this scan, which is, about a 30-minute loop, if you can see. Number one, where you're seeing some of these bright yellow colors in southern parts of Dane County, that is indicating some of that stronger wind over 70 miles per hour. But it looks like the rotation, may actually be still in northwestern parts of Rock County as we speak. But we pretty much need to watch this entire line here. And it's interesting because it's moving up towards the north. There also looked to be a little rotation a little bit ago too in almost central parts of Rock County. But we watch these lines for any tiny little kinks because this is a traditional squall line making its way through southeast Wisconsin right now. And what we look for are little pockets of rotation. A lot of times they don't last long, but they are still enough to potentially produce a tornado. So we pretty much just have to look at all of these tiny little waves, if you will, for the potential of just some embedded rotation in here. Let's go back to reflectivity, Holly, if you will, and talk more about this line. It's almost a Boeing line too, and that really gives us the indication that in addition to some little pockets of rotation, it could also have that very strong straight line wind as well, which we have seen across Rock counties as well as out towards the west. Now, the strongest part of this line does appear right now to be in southern Dane County, so south of Madison, down through Janesville and down into Illinois. Earlier this afternoon, we had a frontal boundary lift its way up towards the north, and anyone who has been out and about over the last couple of hours, you notice that the sun returned and temperatures started to climb. and dew points really jumped as well. That's what's providing the atmosphere for these storms to keep going and to maintain their strength. Also, Holly, maybe you can go off towards the east a little bit too. Now, these storms aren't warned, but these are little new cells that have developed in northern Illinois, and they are tracking up towards the north too. Again, they're not strong, they're not severe, but just keep in mind, we've been watching that main line out towards the west, but now we're going to be watching just some of this additional development that's moving north. So that line out west for places like Kenosha, Racine, Milwaukee, it's going to hold off likely until after 8 o'clock, but you may still get in on some of this new development here down towards the south, in the next 30 minutes to an hour, Kenosha to Racine. So something just to keep an eye on. Wouldn't be surprised if we ended up having some gusty wind out of that, as well as the potential for some hail. Let's broaden the view again. Look out towards the west. This is actually a big area of showers and thunderstorms. But what we're watching here, of course, is that leading edge. We have been watching this since early this afternoon. It has produced numerous tornado warnings out west as it originated in Iowa, as well as some of that really strong wind that we were mentioning that we have seen even, just west of our viewing area. But it was producing over 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some spots in eastern Iowa. So you can just tell it has really maintained its strength. And I don't want to underestimate this rain threat as well. Clearly, in the moment, our primary threat is going to be the potential for a tornado as this moves into southwestern Jefferson